Good morning, everyone. Can you all hear me? Am I audible at the back there? May I get an indication? Can you all hear me at the back? No? Yes? 1, 2. Oh, now you can hear me, I'm sure. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sipiwo, one with a long surname, Mavume Ngwana. I'm the Executive Director of Indalo Heritage, focusing on liberation and struggle history and heritage. I'm here today, not in that capacity though, I'm here today as the facilitator of today's program. Thank you very much for coming along. Before we start, I'm going to ask, when you're about to come to the podium, everybody starts coming to you. They give you these notes and remember this and remember that. So that's why I must have this with me now, because I've just been reminded, please include this, include that in your speech. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll start with the national anthem. We will only do the South African national anthem. With due respect to the AU anthem, we don't have much time, unfortunately. So can we please rise for the national anthem? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. You may be seated. All right, colleagues. Before we get to the program, we have in our midst, amongst us, a Jewish priest, a Christian priest, and a Muslim priest. I've been advised that we should perhaps start with a prayer, and you all know that it's customary that before we do anything, even at home, before we do anything, before we eat, we do pray. We want to ask the priest to give us a very short prayer each, so that our day today can be blessed and the discussions here today can be fruitful. I'm going to ask the priest in this order. We'll first have the Jewish priest, who will be followed by a Christian priest, and last will be a Muslim priest, all in that order. A very brief prayer, please. Thank you. Hello.
Good morning, everybody. So don't worry, I'm not a rabbi, I'm not a priest, but I do love my religion a great deal, and Ikhshan has always managed to cajole me into making some kind of a Jewish contribution. So I hope you don't mind. It's a very simple prayer, and it's a prayer that represents the moment that we're in. I want to bring everybody's attention to where we are right now. The fact that we're in this beautiful castle, and we're hosted by the Department of Tourism and Cultural Affairs, and we've got a whole bunch of youngsters here, and in this moment we're all here. And the prayer is very simple. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam shehechianu v'kiyamanu v'higyanu lazman hazeh. The ability for us to be here, to be present, and to enjoy ourselves together. Thank you.
Good morning all and welcome. As shared, Ishan has this amazing ability to make things work in the right time. And I just found it a few minutes ago that I was a priest, so. But I firmly believe that we need to ask for the Lord's blessing. So the Lord's Prayer goes, if you'd like to join me, it's Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Amen. Why I read it, there are slightly different versions, but the prayer is it's the same blessing that we ask. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning to each and everyone. Let us start by saying, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Wa salatu wa salamu ala ashrafil mursaleen. Sayyidina wa nabiyyana wa maulana Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. After blessings and salutations on the Holy Prophet and all prophets and their families, we ask the Almighty, اللهم اجعل هذا الجمع مرحوما وتفرقنا من بعد فرق مقسوما وفقنا للخير واهدنا إلى الصراط المستقيم وفقنا لما فيه سعادة الدارين برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. We ask the Almighty Creator that this blessing be blessed with all goodness, and when we depart from this gathering, that we go and reap the benefits in the pastures, and in this case, the pastures of our country, so that our country can be a country that preserves its heritage, protects its heritage, proud of its heritage, and especially for our young generation here, that they take the baton and they perform wonders, inshallah. Shukran.
Thank you so much to our priest. I feel I've just been blessed. I feel I've just been blessed. Welcome guests who come from outside the Western Cape, mainly from the NHC, Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, in the form of the DDG, SAGNC, in the form of the chairperson, all coming from Gauteng, and from the Eastern Cape, Ndende, the CRL Commission, the chairperson and the CEO, the Cultural Commission from the Department of Western Cape, the Department of Cultural Affairs and Sport in the Western Cape. Okay, maybe still coming. And of course, the Cape Heritage Museum. If I left anybody, my apologies. A special warm welcome to the cultural practitioners and activists, heritage interest groups, leaders of the Khoi and St. Decent, traditional Nguni leaders, the chiefs of Abatembu, Namampondo, the leaders from royal councils, the academics, researchers, and the community leaders. A very warm welcome to all of you. Now, we'll get to our program. In terms of the program, the opening and welcoming will be done by the council member of the NHC, Ms. Laura Robinson. The overview and the importance of the cultural exchange will be done by the NHC CEO, Dr. Ndende Lukwareni. We'll then have an entertainment, a dance group, cultural dance group. Then we'll have the introduction of the speakers. You've seen in your in the brochures that we've got 5 speakers for today. The first speaker will be Mr. Edward Mafaza, who's the CEO of CRL, who will take us through the paper on cultural heritage practice as a human right. He will be followed by Kuses Bronwyn, Michelle Andrews, who is a heritage activist, and she'll take us to the preservation and promotion of ICH to redress the past heritage management imbalance, especially here in the Western Cape. She then will be followed by Ms. Palisakade, who is the SAGNC chairperson. Standardization of place names as part of heritage transformation will be her topic. That will then be followed by the Q&A session where we all participate. You may not have a question, but you might have a point of clarity which you want to ask. You're most welcome. You might want to add to what has been said as well. You're also most welcome as well. After that, then, lunch will be served. After lunch, Dr. Nokuzola Ndende, who is a heritage activist and an author, she will take us through the role of traditional leaders and the communities in the management of heritage. Dr. Ndende, some say you're Professor Ndende. I think you must correct me on that one so that I give you an appropriate title. And then she will be followed by Mr. Vusitemba Ndima, who is the DDG in the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. And Mr. Ndima will take us to the cultural heritage as a strategic resource. We'll then go through the reflections for the day, further Q&A session, and then Mr. Etna Nelu Vanani, who is the NHC chairperson. My apology if I got the name wrong. Who is the NHC chairperson. He then will give us an observation and a vote of thanks. Colleagues, that's how the program is for today. Before we proceed, I was informed that the screens here are going to show. Is it going to work? Okay, good. All right. Before I go any further, I will now welcome onto the stage Ms. Laura Robinson to give us the opening and the welcoming remarks. Over to you, Ms. Robinson.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and good morning, molweni, goeiemorgen. It's very nice to see so many people here, particularly our learners. We don't know which schools you come from, but it would be nice to find that out, and I do hope you find the morning both stimulating, exciting, and gives you some food for thought to take away with you. Since we've done most of the introductions, what I'm going to say is really just a little bit about the theme of today, which is heritage as a strategic resource and a human right. And that's something that is becoming increasingly important to all of us in this time of global strife and discontinuity and challenges generally. And in terms of the introduction of myself as the Western Cape representative on the National Heritage Council, I also have a number of different lives in heritage. I'm a very active heritage practitioner for many, many years. And recently I've become the focal point for the International Council of Monuments and Sites on an initiative called Our Common Dignity, a rights-based approach to heritage. And this, I believe, ties in very strongly with what we're going to be talking about today. We've all known for a long time that human rights, community rights, stakeholders, rights holders, indigenous people are an essential and integral part of all our work in cultural heritage. And even more so now, in terms of the global agenda, particularly in World Heritage, where World Heritage is becoming increasingly focused on the significance of places for the communities. So it's becoming a much more bottom-up as compared to top-down work that's been done on the sites. And of course, intangible heritage, which we've also will be talking about, and traditional cultural practices form a great part of that. So it's going to be a very stimulating day, I think. I'm certainly looking forward to the conversations and the presentations. And as I said, it's great to have a National Heritage Council here in the Western Cape, a function. I think it's been a bit long overdue, but you are all very, very welcome, particularly our guests who are not from the province. And I do once again want to acknowledge our colleagues from both our own department, that's the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, as well as the Department of Basic Education, key stakeholders and mentors and guides for the journey of the National Heritage Council. Just in closing, because mine is just a sort of welcome and hello guys kind of thing, I want to also pay tribute to, I can take these off, to the Castle of Good Hope and how significantly it has transformed over the past years. It's wonderful to have seen that transformation from a place where people felt excluded and didn't want to come to a venue and a museum that is welcoming, all-embracing, and is telling a very rich story of all of the inhabitants of our wonderful country, from the indigenous peoples, and we're going to hear more about that, through to settlers and colonists, and of course even contemporary today. The richness of meaning and the ability to tell an inclusive story is really, I think, one of the fundamentals of our work in cultural heritage. So thank you. It's a great pleasure to be in this wonderful venue. And thank you to the organisers as well for that. And on that note, I'm just going to say thank you once again, and do enjoy the day. If you have anything to say to any of us, I think we're all very open, both as NHC and our speakers. Please feel free to engage. And thank you once again.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Robinson. Seems strange when I say that because I always call you Laura. Yeah, thank you. Well, I hope you won't mind if I take off my jacket. This is a dialogue after all. We should all be comfortable. If you feel that now, did I move something? Yeah, fine. All right. Now, colleagues, let's get to it. One thing which I forgot to do very, very quickly as we start is to read you the Riot Act or the House Rules. Very, very quickly, colleagues, I'm going to ask that we work together on this. The first one, the cell phones. Cell phones, please, are to be on silent or vibrate. You may quietly leave the room if and when you get a call with no disruption. Let's stick to the time allocation as per the program. That's my request. During the Q&A session, please direct questions to the facilitator and not to each other. And let us please be patient with others during the Q&A, because for some, this is a learning opportunity. In the interest of time, please do not ask a question that has already been answered, unless you want to add on the answer or you want to ask points of clarity. The guest speakers are requested to please stick to their time allocations. I think it's 20 minutes per speaker. We don't have a timekeeper. We should get one. Lunch is served from 1 until 1:30. I assume that we are still on track with time in order for us to do that at 1 o'clock. Then ladies' room and the gentlemen room are both outside. If you step outside, they are on your right-hand side, right ahead. They are marked ladies and for gentlemen. Colleagues, that then takes care of the house rules. I want to make a special welcome to Mr. Aswan Arense. Mr. Aswan Arense, who brought in the grade 8 to 12 learners. Thank you, Mr. Arense. We do acknowledge your presence here today and your learners. Thank you so much. Now, at this point in time, I'm now going to ask the CEO of the NHC, Dr. Ndeve Lukoreni, to give us an overview and the importance of cultural exchange. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Let me again reiterate, acknowledge our own chairperson, the presence of our DDG, Mr. Ndima, the presence of the religious leaders, the presence of all the speakers, the presence of the students and those who came with them, the presence of the media, and all the people who have been acknowledged, and the entertainers that have been acknowledged by the program directors. I will try to stick to my time, if not even less. As you recall, the movement of people in search of better opportunities for themselves, their animals, and then their offspring brought into contact people of different attire, religious practices, language, cultures, etc. The early misguided approach was that of a comparative nature. Your language is better, my language is better than yours, I am better than you, my tradition is better than yours, my food is better than yours, etc., etc. A lot of people lost lives in these arguments of better than thou until now, when people realize that this was really at a loss. It even went to an extent of practice of disruption. You have this drum that you use to call your ancestors, so I'm gonna take it to Denmark. You have this golden chair known to have these powers, so it will be in some museum in Britain. So it disrupts your culture perpetually, and those who follow you cannot see or appreciate this practice. These days, we have learned from our mistakes, and not only do we appreciate each other's culture, but we also have to know that a culture is a strategic tool because it determines who we are, where we come from, what we value, and what makes us who we are. Of late, it is also an economic tool. You would get those who travel to other countries. If it's a seasoned traveler, will say, what do people eat here? How do people clothe here? How do people entertain themselves here? And they will then follow that route so that they get a full experience of where they are visiting. Obviously, you will get one or two odd backpacker who come and ask you, where can I get a room that can sleep 6 people for 100 rand or something like that? So you will always have that, unfortunately, but those who have researched into heritage tourism, they say even that backpacker tourist is not a waste because people's economic status are not static. That same backpacker can become a Bill Gates and come with his or her whole company. So in the African culture, we don't welcome you because you have got resources. We welcome you because your mind is clean towards us. And the fact that you have traveled, whether you're a backpacker or you're a billionaire, you are of value to us. Now, the main objective of this dialogue is to showcase that heritage as a resource should take us to the basic principles of doing life, which is love, dignity, honesty, truth, faithfulness, humility, justice, and consideration, among other basic principles. Very interestingly, some of these principles that I've just read are also regarded as the fruits of the Holy Spirit. It's a pity some of the priests and religious people have left. I would have been starting to challenge them on this the religious fruit, that in this culture of ours, it's even broader than those 7 fruits of the Spirit. So we will be embarking on a discussion which is exploring the various ways in which cultural heritage could be valued and regarded as a resource to address some of the social ills that our beloved country, unfortunately, is grappling with. Remember, in the early days, if they get you to change your culture, then you are defeated. And this thing was systematic. They don't just walk to you and say, please, you no longer do that, you do this way. First, they move you into a neutral space of confusion, when you are neither where you were or where they want you to be. And that's when you are programmable, because that is where you are spineless. It's the midnight. It's the crossroad. You are neither going north, east, or south. It's either morning or it's either day. So in that confusion, they migrate you to what they want you to be. And once you start to see yourself through someone's culture, you are gone. You're gone, your kids are gone, and then you will never recover. And that's where the perpetual dominance starts. You start to police yourself. I come in wearing what I think is a very nice vendor cloth. You say, but this is too bright. And I don't view it in terms of brightness or dim. It's a cloth that has energy for me. And you don't even need to compare it to what you are wearing. You just have to know it. You don't even have to like it. Just know that I wear different. So this is this dialogue where we have brought you the well-researched in this industry to impact this which you should have come with from birth, to say, don't forget it and pass it over to those who come after you. And when we see that you have clothed yourself with your culture, I'm not talking about the textile or the cotton cloth. I'm talking about the mental and spiritual cloth. We see you how you walk. You don't even worry whether you will lose your job or you will be liked or what. You know that you appeal to something higher. For you, you are not for sale. If it's right, it's right. If it's wrong, it's wrong. Regardless of whether you will lose your job or you won't get favors or you will no longer be invited to the elite clubs. Because for you, life is not about material. It's about how your ancestors have lived, and it is how you connect with them through your deeds on earth. Okay, I don't want to exceed my time and then say, look, it does not walk the talk. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, you lead by example, I must say. Thank you. Thank you so much. Just for the benefit of our learners here and other members who are present here today, and also to put this in a context. Just think about where you're coming from and ask yourself, what is the role of a traditional leader or traditional leaders as custodians of a heritage? Because today, during this dialogue, we are now going to plug those gaps. What can the traditional leaders play in bringing back indigenous cultural practice that defines who we are? What do traditional leaders see their role or define their roles when it comes to promoting culture and heritage? Because today we are going to be discussing, the speakers who are going to be talking here today are going to answer some of those questions. I'm just giving you an idea so that whatever is being said here today comes in your head and find a place to sit. I don't want the discussions or the dialogue to sort of go above your head, because then for you it will not be beneficial. Thank you very much, Dr. Lukoreni, NHC CEO. We now go to the next item. The next item on the agenda is the entertainment. We've got a cultural dance group who's going to entertain us. 10 minutes has been allocated for this item, after which then we go to the speakers. Then the program of the day will start in earnest. Can we get the cultural dance group ready? Are they going to be performing here or outside? Just some clarity. They're going to be performing here. Okay. Apparently, they're going to come here in the front, and this way they're going to be performing. And I hope colleagues and members that as we listen to the speeches while they are busy setting themselves up, we make notes. You might have questions to a particular speaker. Please make notes. You might want to contribute your own perspective on items that will be raised here today. Please make notes of that. This, I would like it to be a robust engagement, not the session where one speaks, the other one listens, and there's no interaction. That's not what we are here about. Please, let us engage, let us ask questions, and the points of clarity. We come from different backgrounds, we see things differently. We were in different classes. I like the example about me wearing the vendor clothes. That's how we look at life. We look at life from our own perspective. Perhaps for a change today, we remove those classes, we look at life from that person's perspective. So such items, such points of clarity, such questions, such engagement, such robustness, that's what we're looking for here today. Remember, colleagues, whatever we're going to discuss here today may just define the future of heritage management going forward. If you know, being here in the Western Cape, most of the focus tends to be on colonial built environment. We all know that. Not much has been said about the liberation struggle heritage, not much has been said about the intangible heritage, not to even mention traditional and culture. Now, how then, from the dialogues here today, how then can you as an individual inform that transformation, that transition of not only recognizing colonial built environment and cultural landscapes, but to be all-encompassing and to be all-embracing in the transformation and diversity that we are in the province? I'm now going to focus on the Western Cape for now, because that's where we all are. All right. Is the team ready? Yes. All right. All right, colleagues. Here they are.
Come on, Sia, come on this side. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Abongile Zwetala from CNC TV, the Kasi TV that have everything for you. Now today, as we are live at the, where are we? Oh, they do not know, at the Heritage. Today, we are here about the rights. Why these guys are looking at me like this. We are celebrating the human rights today, and as I told you that we are alive today, we are here to listen to the rights of the people who were here before other people were here. So we're going to give them a chance to say what do they think about the South African right. On my right, sir, could you please introduce yourself to the public?
Well, my name is Nokuzola. My surname is Madola. They know me by the right to education.
Mr. Right to Education. Oh, I like your name, Mr. Right to Education. So what do you think about the rights of South Africa?
Well, I present the right to education. That is the key to everyone. I provide the key to the young, to the old, to the black, the white, colored, Indian. That key represents your success in life. Without it, you are nothing.
Without it, you are nothing.
Without the key, you are nothing, yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it from Mr. Education himself. He says, without education, you are nothing. As we all know that South Africa is diverse and rich in terms of languages and cultures. On my side, yes, sir, what is your name?
This is Yandisa Nondwai speaking here.
Yes, sir?
You are talking about human rights.
Yes, we are celebrating the human rights today, so what is your take on it?
Okay, what can I say first?
Uh-huh.
Is that I've missed the right to education.
You've missed the right to education?
You must just understand my English.
Okay. Broken, but understood.
Yes.
Understood. Go ahead, sir.
I'm going to talk about shelters, a right to shelter.
A right to shelter.
You see where I come from?
I can see that you've built some plastic. What is this place? What do you call it?
Fulani village.
Oh, it's a Fulani village.
Fulani village.
So what did your take on in terms of sheltering?
I'm very happy. You see, the government of South Africa have done all the best to make beautiful houses, so many houses. But still, there are people who are still living under the bridge. There are people who still don't have houses. I think they can do more.
So they can provide everyone.
Yes, everyone have a right. We are all voting, Mos.
Voting?
Yes.
You say voting, you say? You heard it from the horse's mouth, Mr. Share? Mr. Share?
Mr. Nondwai, sir.
Oh, you are Mr. Nondwai.
Yes.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. What he was talking about shelters. So everybody have a right to shelter, free shelter. Sir? I have a right to vote. And then who are you?
My name is Simpiwa. My surname is Ndende.
You look angry, sir, and ready. What is your take in this celebration of human rights?
Sir, I told you that I have a right to vote.
Okay.
I have a right to life. I have a right to privacy.
But you are angry as I look at your face. You are aggressive. Why?
I have a right to freedom expression. I have a right to speak everywhere I want.
Okay. Don't fight with me, sir.
No, relax, sir.
Oh, you heard it, Mr. Freedom of Speech. His face doesn't convince me at all. As we all know that everybody have the right. What do I like about South Africa? What is your right?
What is your right?
Ilungelo lam? They ask me what is my right. My right is very plain and simple. Freedom. Without freedom, you are nothing. Freedom is what opens up our eyes. Freedom is what opens up our heart. Freedom is what gives us love. Freedom is what makes us free as South Africans. I am Xhosa. I am an African. I am an Indian. I am English myself. That is why I have a right to freedom. South Africa without freedom, South Africa is nothing. South Africa without rights, South Africa is nothing. We are one blessed country that is multi-talented in terms of language, that is rich with resources and everything, but without the rights, we, South Africans, are nothing.
What is the name of the group? And where are they from? They're from Fulani. So that's why they mentioned Fulani just now, because that's where they come from. Well, congratulations, and yeah, that was nice. This is a nice piece. So, education, eh? Oops. All right, colleagues, that was a refresher. We're now moving on. Thank you to the group from Mfuleni, the cultural dance group. The business of the day will soon start, but before we get there, I'm going to ask my speakers to please just introduce themselves. I would like to start this part of the interaction right now. Just to introduce yourself, tell us your name, surname, and where you're coming from, basically. And not go on the part of the profile. I will deal with that one. So in no particular order, also for the benefit of our audience here today, I'm going to ask you if you can just tell us who you are, and then Mr. Ndima and so on, and all the other guest speakers as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Tamako.
Nokuzola Ndende from Tamako Heritage Institute in the Eastern Cape. I think that's all.
That's all, yes.
Thank you. Sanibonani. Good morning. My name is Busiteba Ndima from the Department of Sport and Culture in Victoria.
Good morning. I'm Barbara Edwards, and I am a queer activist with the community leader and women in our community. Juliana, my name is Barbara Sakaki. I'm the chairperson of the South African Geographical Names Council. So once I've changed it, it's an airport.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, all the guests. Now, this is how we are going to proceed from now here on. The business of the dialogue is now going to start. Before each speaker comes to the podium, I will read a very short and very brief profile so that you know a bit about the person who is coming before you. We've been given profiles. Unfortunately, these are very, very, very long profiles. So I cannot, sorry? They are there. Okay, it's only me who cannot see them. That's fine. I've got my own here. You're so unfair, but that's fine. So colleagues, you can see the profile. I've just been informed now. The first speaker, without wasting any more time, the first speaker who will talk to us about the cultural heritage practice as a human right is Mr. Edward Mafaza, who is the CEO of the CRL Commission. Okay, let me just make sure I've got the right profile open on my side before, as he comes forward. Just make sure quickly. In very summary, Mr. Mafaza has held different positions of being a leader of the young people in the Vembe district. He served as a deacon and a church leader under the Seventh-day Adventist Church in the same region, but also was leading some structures under Solusi University outside Bulawayo in Zimbabwe, under the same church. Mr. Mafaza, through his career, has made a number of leaders, both within the country and internationally. He has taken the work of the Commission to different forums within the continent, such as Nigeria, Luanda, and Botswana, and has drawn the attention of delegates from China and other countries to visit the CRL Rights Commission and learn about its work. The Rights Commission was represented in different states in America and has become a well-known brand with his efforts. He is passionate about the work of Chapter 9 institutions and has addressed different portfolio committees and EXO, particularly in Limpopo, and to an extent, Free State Arts and Culture portfolios. It's his passion to work and defend the rights of women, children, men, cultural, religious, and linguistic groups. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Mr. Mafaza. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Program Director. I think your introduction was far too kind. One old man, as we were growing up, as young people in a community, whenever he stood up to address us, he kept on saying that he is a unique man and he does not also understand some of the things that happens on his forehead, particularly, I hope they are not happening things. So he kept on saying that he is a unique man and he does not also understand some of the things that happens on his forehead, particularly when he stands before people to address them. He indicated to us that we should look at him very closely when he speaks, because there are times when his forehead would protrude, bulge, or jut out or extend outwardly, something shiny. And within the twinkling of an eye, it sinks deep back or contract to the forehead again. So, ladies and gentlemen, we witnessed what he said. On the same vein, I want to warn you all as audience that the same now happens to me. If you do not look at me closely and listen attentively, you will miss the same experience, as my forehead does the same that the old man used to demonstrate to us. It is indeed my great pleasure, Program Director, to participate in this dialogue on behalf of the CRL Rights Commission, the Commission established through Section 181 of our own Constitution, with the sole aim of strengthening democracy within the Republic of South Africa. The specific mandate of the Commission is succinctly put in Section 185 of the same Constitution, which some would term the endorsement of a new dispensation in the Republic of South Africa. That is the Constitution of South Africa, 1996. Thus, the Commission tasked with a huge mandate of promoting and protecting the cultural, religious, and linguistic rights of communities. There's a rationale behind that. It was well understood by the crafters of the Constitution that South Africa was and is still a divided society. The CRL Rights Commission must respond to this challenge as one of its objects to unite our society and to promote social cohesion, to foster peace in our communities, promote friendship, humanity, tolerance, in order to build the so-called Rainbow Nation. Given our historical background, we still have a huge task ahead of us to continue building a united, caring, proud, and patriotic South African society. As I come closer home in the context of this dialogue, it is of critical importance to note that culture incorporates language and spirituality, among other aspects. It is conceived to be the way of life, and it further covers the arts, politics, dance, laws, customs, beliefs, places and manners of worshiping, institutions of the people like the courts, including traditional courts, and the entire systems that come to define those people. The concept of culture, especially African culture generally, is associated with backwardness, whereas Western culture is conceived to be more progressive. We have been taught that cultures are not equal. It is a known fact that some cultures have been more privileged and more equal than others. Of course, it has to do with power. We have dominant and subjugated cultures. South Africa has established a firm foundation by crafting one of the most progressive constitutions in the world. This constitution forms the basis of restoration of the dignity, integrity, and the self-worth of our people, especially the previously marginalized indigenous communities, including the Khoi and San, as well as uniting our diverse cultural communities to be able to realize the ideal of unity in diversity. Now, the concept of heritage reflects the dynamic character of something that has been developed, built or created, interpreted and reinterpreted in history, and transmitted from generation to generation. Cultural heritage links the past, the present, and the future as it encompasses things inherited from the past that are considered to be of such value or significance today that individuals and communities want to transmit them to future generations. Cultural heritage falls under two main categories, tangible and intangible. The tangible cultural heritage is physical or concrete. Modern objects like books, tools, clothing, and food are part of cultural heritage, as are historic artifacts like paintings, antique musical instruments, and archaeological discoveries. Intangible cultural heritage refers to the abstracts and exists in the minds of people within the culture. This could involve folklores, greetings, and language. Cultural heritage is preserved in many ways. International groups like United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organizations work to preserve both tangible and intangible cultural heritage. Additionally, many ethnic, cultural, and historical organizations work to preserve cultural heritage in local communities. This might include restoring a historic building, teaching languages, or leading or craft workshop. The Bill of Rights protects diversity, particularly through clauses on culture, religion, and language in Section 30 and 31 of our Constitution. The Constitution also gives equal status to 11 official languages and acknowledges several other languages, language as a heritage. Article 13 of the United Nations Charter states, cultural rights are part of the body of human rights. Human rights may be violated through the destruction of culture. For example, if cultural property or cultural heritage is destroyed with ulterior motives, such as to eradicate a group identity, such acts against cultural property or heritage may, for example, reveal the intent necessary to establish a crime against humanity or genocide. The protection of cultural rights may indirectly protect human rights more widely and more generally. Protecting cultural property and cultural heritage may also concomitantly protect human beings as it presumes the observance of certain values. Who destroys objects or expressions of culture will be more likely to violate human rights. So cultural property or heritage and cultural rights both aim, at least to some extent, at protecting human identity. On 6 October 2016, the Human Rights Council adopted unanimously a resolution, which we refer to as A/HRC/RES/33/20. This resolution calls upon all states to respect, promote, and protect the right of everyone to take part in cultural life, including the ability to access and enjoy cultural heritage. And to take relevant actions to achieve this, the resolution also decides that Human Rights Council will remain seized with this matter. Again, in July 2017, the United Nations High Commissioner's report, which we will refer to as A/HRC/37/29, reminded the countries of the world to develop appropriate tools for the dissemination of an approach to the protection, restoration, and preservation of cultural heritage that promotes universal respect for cultural rights by all, to present a report of the progress made to the Human Rights Council. Cultural heritage is important not only in itself, but also for individuals and communities in terms of both their identity and development processes. Thus, the right of access to enjoy and enjoyment of cultural heritage is based on various human rights norms. It includes the rights of individuals and communities to inter alia, know, understand, enter, visit, make use of, maintain, and exchange cultural heritage, as well as to benefit from the cultural heritage and the creation of others. It also includes the right to participate in the identification, interpretation, and development of historical heritage, and in designing and implementing practices to safeguard it. However, varying degrees of access and enjoyment may be recognized, taking into consideration the diverse interests of individuals and communities depending on their relationship to specific cultural heritages. In conclusion, yes, we do agree the cultural heritage is a practice of human rights. Again, that cultural heritage in its individual dimension of human identity is an aspect of human dignity. Thus, the protection of cultural property or heritage can be seen as protecting a human right. In short, human rights serve the creation, the preservation, the protection, the promotion, and enjoyment of cultural heritage. At the same time, preservation and enjoyment of and access to cultural heritage are human rights in and of themselves. Thank you so much, Program Director.
I don't want you to lose your pen, so it's still here with me. Thank you very much, Dr. Lukoreni. I don't know about you. As I mentioned that, it's wise that you make some notes as the speakers present. Strengthen the culture in South Africa, SA is a divided community, NHC promotes social cohesion, and we have a task ahead of us of building this social cohesion. Art is a way of life. We have the best constitution in the world, which promotes unity in diversity. I don't know about you. I've been making notes. Even the UN resolutions, I've made note that also cultural heritage is a human right, which is our concept here today. So thank you so much, Dr. Lukoreni. Now we move on to the next speaker. The next speaker, Mr. Husis, I must say it correctly. I know that if it's a male, it's a Khoisan, and then if it's a lady, it's a Khoisis. See, I'm sharp. Khoisis is going to talk to us about the preservation and promotion of ICH to redress the past heritage management imbalance. Now, I had you here, now you disappeared. I had you here, now you disappeared. Now I found you again. All right. Bronwyn is a leader and a commissioner within the Khoi and San community. She is recognized for the highlights and the consent of her nation's people, and with that comes responsibilities of standing firm and speaking out. As a Khoi and San, they are still fighting to be recognized as a culture whereby their nation is still fighting with the government to give them recognition. Her aim is purely not focusing on the fighting and the disagreement that is taking place, Her aim is more of trying to bring unity amongst her own. As her nation's people are so much divided and blindsided of what is really happening within our nation, their nation, as a leader, she has accepted a calling and blessings from her ancestors who guides her constantly on how she needs to address certain issues. Her vision is, as the first indigenous nation of this country, they need to keep their culture and heritage alive. By this, she attends workshops to educate the youth about who they are, their history, and their heritage. So, with the coursework designs, which I would like to see those designs. So with the coursework designs, which is also just an example of who they are in keeping their culture alive. As she should add that the racial classification of the year 1950 was withdrawn from the heritage books. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Huses Bronwyn Michelle Andrews. Over to you.
Good morning, goeiemorgen, kijkers, tawedes, kijkjes. To everyone that is here today, I would like to welcome you all. You know, this is such a privilege for me today to stand here and have the honor of speaking, especially to our youth, women, men, elders of our nation. Never did I know in a million years that I would be blessed and be privileged, as I was not aware that as a woman of our community and nation, that I caught the attention of so many people and leaders through the work that I do. Because I'm more of a doer and a creator than I'm a speaker. So they've asked me if I would avail myself today and to come and speak, just to speak about my beliefs and for what I stand for. So I would like to introduce myself and represent myself. For I am Koi, I am San, and I am Kham. As we're celebrating Human Rights Day this month, I thought about it, what am I going to speak about? But you know, we as a nation are always thinking back of what happened within the past. But I'm not here to be fixated or to look back into the past. I'm here to look into the future. So as a woman of this nation, I would like to address especially the youth, to let them know what their rights are. We need to affirm the rights of our nation and our Aboriginal people, communities, women, men, elders, youth. They've got the right to see to the physical, mental, social, and spiritual well-being. We have the right to determine and establish priorities and strategize for our self-development, which is a very important thing. We are the people of this nation, and we are tied to this land with our umbilical cord and dust from our ancestors. Our culture and heritage is of such great importance these days. We need to understand the background and our history. We need to understand where we come from. Our language is the voice of our ancestors from the beginning of time. The development of languages is a matter of extreme urgency, as it is a part of our soul and our nation, and it's a part of our indigenous people. And it is also a pathway to the future of our youth, because I know that our youth of today need to know and need to understand their culture, their heritage. And that is why I am here today to speak about how important it is to carry it over. If we can implement it within the school systems as well, to be added as a language, I would be honored. Because it will start from there, as they would understand from where the languages and where the nation and where all those significances comes from, to understand who they are and where they belong. We as the original Aboriginal people of this nation, we have a right. We have rights within our nation to speak out, to stand firm, and fight for what we believe in. It is our right to stand and say, enough is enough. Unfortunately, yes, in today's life, and no matter what's going on, the fighting of the land, there is so much fighting going on, but that is not what I'm standing for here today. I'm standing for unity. I'm standing for the diversity of our people to come together and see how we can build a stronger nation. Yet, we as the Aboriginal people are still not being recognized by government. We have fought so long, and the fight is not done yet. And we also don't know where it's going to end. But I believe, my belief is, if I can make a change, and I can have somebody else make a change, I know a change can happen. As a Khoi community leader and a strong woman of this nation, I am happy that I have accepted my ancestral calling and that I am who I am created to be. If I have been created to bring unity and change within this nation and amongst our own, I believe it's going to happen. It might not be tomorrow, it might not be the next day. I might not be alive when it's going to happen, but I know change is going to happen. So with that said, as the Aboriginal people of this nation, may we be young or old, we have rights. We have the rights as the Constitution says. So diverse people, that's what it says in our code of arms. We need to start uniting. We need to start standing together. And that is the only way that we will overcome the diversity of our people. Thank you.
Now I know why I struggled saying your name. Because the first 5 letters here, they say Brown. So that's why I was struggling with Bronwyn. Trying to figure out Bronwyn, but then the first 5 letters say Brown. Now I'm trying to now figure out how now do I say Bronwyn when it's Brown Wyn in front of me. I think it was maybe a typo or something like that. Thank you very much, our co-host, Bronwyn Michelle Andrews, for that inspiring presentation about the Khoi. We deal with the Khoi applications, with the Khoi indigenous INAPs a lot when it comes to heritage applications here in the Western Cape, where some sites of first conflict, between the Khoi and the colonizers. I'm sure you know about that, and some other places around here in the metro. I won't go into that. And I like the fact that you do acknowledge that there are some divisions, and yes, there are, which I hope that sooner or later you guys will be able to address that, so that you can speak with one voice, because there's the old saying, it's united we stand, divided we fall, or something like that. All right. Thank you so much for the presentation. Thank you so much. All right. Our next presenter now is Ms. Palisa Khadi, who is the SAGNC chairperson. She's my chairperson at the SAGNC. Colleagues, Ms. Khadi currently serves as the part-time Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa Commissioner. Ms. Khadi is the chairperson of the South African Geographical Names Council at the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. The South African Geographical Names Council is the body that receives recommendations from the provincial names committees and advises the minister on recommended geographical names as well as submissions on the changing of existing geographical names. So if you see names having changed, here in the country, you know who to look at. Previously, Palisa has worked as a media activist, a researcher, a regulator in the broadcasting and telecom space. Prior to her post at the Names Council, she served as a councillor at the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa, that's ICOSA, where she was responsible for a range of strategic, regulatory, and governance functions that include elections broadcasting monitoring, community media broadcasting, sports broadcasting services regulations, cybersecurity regulations, alternative dispute resolution for consumers and telecom operators, strategy, compliance, and governance. Her areas of expertise are in corporate governance, media development, communications, content regulation, capacity development, consumer awareness, and advocacy and heritage development. When I was done reading that, while I was busy, I thought to myself, what can't she do? Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Palisakati.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mavumengwana. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to our DDG, Mr. Ndima, and also to our CEO and Chairperson of National Heritage Council, Ndende, and also our youth. It's been a while. I have not spoken in front of my favorite stakeholders, Abantu Bacha. I love you. I love the things you say too and the things you do. I grew up in Cape Town as a 17-year-old from Gqeberha. I don't know if you know Gqeberha. Gqeberha, you know? Oh, I'm happy then. Coming by bus from the Eastern Cape to UWC to study a BA degree because Rhodes University said my parents didn't have enough money for my law studies, so I could not enter without then a 10,000 rand deposit. So that is how I did not become a lawyer. I'm happy about that, very content. I'm doing more than what I could have done, changing and transforming names in South Africa. You know, when I studied history at UWC, every time I go home, I will tell I'm studying history and political studies. Old people would say, but why are you not studying engineering? Who is going to employ you if you study history? Am I unemployed now? No. Am I doing work for the country? Yes. So whatever pattern or route you change, the destiny will always take you to where you are. And once more, I am the chairperson, as said, working with the name changes in South Africa, with airports, with your rivers, with your mountains. We still have Table Mountains. Is it a table that we want to, which table is it? Is it a wooden table? What do we want to say about the mountains that we have in our country? The rivers, the street names, the buildings, it continues. But also this work that we do is greater than changing names and putting them in templates. It's also about what we want our future to look like. I always refer to this because I still believe that I'm young enough to see this change, Ndende. I want to live longer to see this cohort sitting here, making names and also presiding over those names and calling them with their right pronunciations, also relating to them, also understanding what they mean and how history is brought about through names and places. But this is not a hobby. This is not things that we do ordinarily. These are things that we do intentionally because we want to see a South Africa that one can relate to, one can also be part of. This is about change of a heritage landscape. This today is still, we are still within March. March is a Human Rights Day. We always say that Wi-Fi data is also a human rights issue. Don't young people say that? Why do you need Wi-Fi? Why do you need free data? It is not to scold each other, but also it is also to find places where you want to go. It is also to understand and know about these places and where and their historical backgrounds. So that is why data is important for many of us. But also it is for us to speak through those maps where, what do we call GPS, the lady? Do we have a name for that lady? Siri, and we call them many names. Yes. Will she be able to say Qabecha too? Will she be able to say Mfuleni? Will she be able to say Beitekant and Beitegracht? I've always said that District 6, the reason I had to know because I will take a train from Belleville and right here, stop here. But now the street name, there's Beitegracht and Beitekant here. So I had to be very streetwise in knowing the Gracht and the Kant. And those are my, small geographic contributions I've had mentally. So it also contributes into how we view places. And when we begin to dissect them, the Gracht and the Kant, how and what is that meaning in particular. So those are some of the nuances, the messages that we carry when we change these names, in understanding what does it mean to stay in a place called Ndlovini. That's forcefulness. Do you want to be associated with that? But is it not the original history of the formation of the place in terms of how it was established? Abantu, did they not love to get into that space? They did. They forced themselves there. And what type of history do you want to project? But is it forceful people by nature and their children are forceful such that you have to have an address that is called Ndlovini? So this is your task, young people, also to think about these places. But also when we change these names, how is the contribution? How do we standardize them? How do we work with many places that are called Mandela Drive, Mandela Street, Mandela Township, and many others? Where are the names also of other people that we want to put through as people who have contributed in the struggle to change South Africa and make it a better place, a livable place for this rainbow nation? These are some of the lessons we draw. They are also drawn from your education system. That is why today you are here, so that as adults going forward in South Africa, you can make contributions and change it and contribute to its transformation. But also, this is the highest level of responsibility that you want to have as South Africans, including that of governance. We are still a young country. 30 years is young, you know. You will remember that when you turn 30. You will still want to feel young. Keep it that way, but also it is one way of symbolic reparation. Symbolic reparation, meaning that we remember, we do not want to forget. We want to live, we want to also bring those who departed in our name, those whose blood was shed, also let them be memorialized, let them be remembered. And some of the ways to do that is to work around their names living amongst us. So that is one way of making South Africa a better country, and it is through the different approaches that we use for nation building. What we do at SAGNC, we engage and consult with our stakeholders, but also you are one component, one relevant stakeholder that we cannot live without. And I'm thanking you, Chair of National Heritage Council, for approving this initiative because it is future orientated. It's giving us a confirmation that what we do today, with you having next to your ages 50 plus, if you are 17, say at least you know definitely you can live for another 50 years. But many other people here, I'm not being ageist, might not have an extra 50 years to live, meaning that we are handing over to you to remember, to know, to tell the story of South Africa. We also want to say that as we change these place names, in standardizing them, it is not about me not being able to pronounce Gqeberha. I still can't. I can't pronounce Q and R because I am told by Beth I come from the Basotho nation. I am Umkwena, Kimukwena. So that means that sometimes my dialects, how I say things, it's not the same as Xoliswa and many other people. So the differentiation is also through practice, something that I have done with you to say Kakamba in the most correct way. So it helps me a lot to work around that because for me to have said, Gqeberha, Minister, please sign, even if I can't pronounce it, but I need to know, I need to practice like many other South Africans so that I become part of the change. But also because one would say it's not fashionable because I can't pronounce it. It is not going to change anything because it doesn't sound fancy to others. But what we say is, even if it's not fashionable, even if it's not dope, from what you say, you sitting on this side of the table, it matters. It matters because it is the name of a river in a former city of Port Elizabeth in the Eastern Cape province. You see, I know where it comes from, and it matters to those who used to drink in that river, those who used to wash in that river. So we need to follow through this. As we do this work, it is also the work that we need, even if we have forgotten about others. There's a name called Katatu Solomon Linda. Do you watch The Lion King? Do you know the beautiful songs that come out there from that production? They were written by a South African. And they are in Walt Disney in an international production. And for years, I'm sure by the time you were 5, you knew the songs and Simba and all those people that are there. But what matters the most is that who wrote that song? Was he given acknowledgement? Do you know him? Do you know that he's South African? We didn't know, many of us growing up, but we watched and bought those DVDs. And where is the compensation? We say it is not enough to just give money, but the honor and the acknowledgement. Hence, we have a city in KwaZulu, a town in KwaZulu-Natal, used to be called Pomeroy. It is now, was renamed in the last year, Solomon Linda, which is a great and a great-grandfather of many. And to you, it's almost 3 or 4 generations. It's great-great-great-grandfather of all of you sitting here because you've been singing to his songs. So it continues to say, even no matter how long it's time passed, we are able to remember. And as much as we can rename these places. And this is done by law. It is not done that we wake up and make submissions of these names and say, here we are. There's a South African government that passed a law. It is called the South African Geographical Names Act of 1998. So it is since 1998 that we have been able to do and change these places, but we have not worked hard enough. That's why Chairperson and DDG and many others who are in this room, we're saying the responsibility lies also in your hands, that we continue to remember. But lastly, because I work with innovation, I'm sure you heard media production and all these other things that I do. Yeah, I'm an overzealous person about communications, but knowing that the future relies in it now, we are innovative, we have artificial intelligence, we have Siri, who tells us what to do and what is your temperature, and also how many times you coughed or walked during the day. But what is important is for us to talk to Google and say that these are the new names, how best we can do and work better with them. We've done that, DDG. We've written a letter to Google South Africa and said that these are the names. But also, if you see your map during the weather, after the news, you see now there's Gqeberha. I think you can see that. And many other towns that are there. We have Ekron, and that is former King Williamstown. It continues to grow. Then all those places, it's because government works in partnership. We have various partners from your South African Weather Service so that they remind you, you are not going to Port Elizabeth, but to Gqeberha, and all other places as well. So this is how we arrive at standardization, the work that we do. We also have international leaders that are named and places that are named around our international leaders. Kenneth Kaunda, former president of Zambia, Tata Kenneth Kaunda, municipalities and so on. So all these come because we want to project a history and bring social change. What I'm leaving you with today is that, and I will not get tired on this one, is how and when we observe history in acknowledging many people who lived before us and what we tend to leave behind, what we leave or exclude. So many names have come before us. Unfortunately, for the next 2 years, I'll be presiding over these names. But the unfortunate part comes because there are lesser names of women that I sit and provide and with the council preside over. And it is not because I cannot choose a name. It's unfortunate that I receive names. That is the work of the council. The council doesn't point at changes and say, let's change Cape Town into a different name. But what the council says, what are the Cape Townians saying? What are the people of the Western Cape saying? What are they bringing? What will they want to see as change of their spaces? Ms. Brownwin, I'm also concerned that we have received less names also that depict and relate to the Khoi people. And this for us is not because that the language, which is another debate, is not codified, but also we want to see this. We have seen many places that are named after Dutch. It's your villas, your gracht, and many others. But we don't see names of women and our people who were set and are of origin. It is very critical that we make a particular focus on this. I'm saying this because Udidiji Ndima, I'm told that he signed a memo that I must go to New York in May to the United Nations to represent South Africa. This is, you would know that United Nations is an all-world member state organization, meaning that South Africa will be represented, and we want to tell our story. We want to project and tell them about the change that we have. And in that, we sit in a division that is called Dutch and German speaking. And you would ask, why is that? Because are we still a Dutch and African speaking country? No, we are not. We are a diverse country. But can we say that we want to sit in the English speaking? No, we are not only English speaking. But these are some of the critical interventions that we see. And we trust that by having young people here as this critical stakeholder chairperson, that we will continue with these conversations and make them responsible young adults and youth who would lead, who would not disrupt processes, who will talk calmly and present a case. And I can see they've been sitting quietly, respectfully, meaning that we have a great future and the names will come, they will advise their parents and do the research for the historical background, because we don't take any name without a research or a reason for change. Why do you want to change it into this name? So you need to tell us more about the change you want to bring about the name. Thank you once more to facilitator as well. Our information is also in the department's website. We need to also have you using that data to check and see what else you can do. Move away from Twitter. We don't have a Twitter, but the department does have a Twitter handle. Please work with us, ask the questions, and make your teachers, your educator, or say, Aaron, to tell you more about the work that we are doing. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you so much, Ms. Kadi, for a wonderful presentation. I'm sure you're all intrigued, probably very, very keen to know more about the names which she has mentioned that have changed. You've seen, as Ms. Kadi has mentioned, when you watch on the news, names have changed. We no longer have Port Elizabeth, as she has mentioned. There are many questions that we hear outside. People don't know the process, don't know why names are changed. She has touched on that. I think with you being here today is an opportunity for you to engage her more on the nature of the changing of the names and why our names are changed and who may apply to have a name change. She's my chairperson, so forgive me if I keep on referring to her as my chairperson. She's my chairperson at the SAGNC. Chair, I've just noted from your profile that the UN, UNGAGAN, as we said, that's for those who do not know, United Nations, a group of experts on geographical names. Chairperson, my chairperson, is now the chairperson of the UNGAGAN Dutch and German-speaking countries. Chairperson, congratulations, you never said. Well, Chair, I'm sure you're now familiar with the gracht and the kant here in Cape Town. Just some key points which I've taken from the chairperson's presentation is whether does the name reflect the history of the people and the place? These are the questions which you probably should ask yourself. If there's a name that is going to be changed into a new name, or is a name that was there before that is coming back. There's a redress, then there's a transformation. Some of these names were changed when we were colonized, and then we bring those back. Then the question, as the chairman has mentioned, does the name reflect the history of the people and the place? Does naming contribute to social cohesion? Why do we name after the same people? What about other leaders? As the chairman has highlighted that. And also the names of women in place naming, and how can you change that? The chairperson has mentioned that the council receives applications. The council does not initiate the name changing process. So you play a role you play a role where you can submit an application for a new name, and that name for a change, let it be for a woman, not only women. Not only men. Chairperson, you've highlighted the name applications from the Khoi and the San people in the Western Cape. I do hope that Bronwyn here and other Khoi leaders present here today will hit that call, and that when they engage further outside of this meeting of dialogue, that they will also consider changing some of the names here in the Western Cape. Unfortunately, I cannot mention, as part of the provincial team that receives the name applications, there are some names which have been bandied about, but nothing formal, which come from some of the Khoi and the San leaders. I do wish that those applications are followed through, and that other names do come forward as well. As we said, as the chairperson has said, does the name reflect the history of the people and the place? So let's bring that forward by submitting the name applications and bring back the names that were here before we were colonized. Chairperson in her last comment, people ask about these name changes. Why do we change the name? This name doesn't make sense. Chairperson made an example about the Kabeja in the Eastern Cape, the river. I like this point, Chair, when you say it matters to those to whom this name has a meaning. I'm going to repeat. This name matters to those to whom this name has a meaning. I think that sums it up, Chair, in as far as the work that the SHGNC does. Thank you so much, Chairperson, Ms. Balisakadi, for your presentation. Colleagues, in terms of the program, now we move ahead. In terms of the program says that we are going to have a Q&A session. There's a slight change as far as that. We are doing good. We're doing good with time, so no stress there. We're now going to break for tea. You can say it's a finger lunch, light lunch, different names. Standardization, we just standardize the lunch as well, give it a different name. We'll break for lunch. It will be for 15 minutes. On my clock now, it's 12:22. It's 12:20, let's say. Right. So we come back here at 25 to. Is that okay with everyone? Or would you like me to give you another 5 minutes? No, you happy with that? All right. I see there's a hand. Go ahead. What we will do, because of time, when we have lunch, the team now, we can engage members of the team, the panel, the presenters, if you want to ask them a question. If you, however, all right. I think you and I, we can talk about that. I don't want to keep the whole house. We do have a leader in the form of Bronwyn, who is a Khoi leader. She has presented on behalf of the Khoi, and the responses. Like I said,
Everybody telling us about their history, their culture. We have no opportunity to respond to everything that was said. And now you're casually brushing aside into a conversation between you and me. It's unacceptable, sir.
All right. I've just been advised that in the interest of the interest, that's my English, we will have the Q&A session, And I just hope that we contain the Q&A session into the content of what the presentation is about. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now 25 past 12. We're now going to break for tea. We're going to be coming back here at 22:01. Thank you so much. Sorry, lunch is served. We're going down, one floor down. There's a room just underneath us as you go down the stairs. There's a door on your left-hand side as you go down. That's where it will be served. Thank you so much. Sorry, just quickly before I just forget. The elders, sorry colleagues, attention please. The elders, so those who may have difficulty walking down the stairs, they can go through this room here. There's also finger lunch that's been served this side as well. Thank you. That's for you.
children from your eyes. I'm getting ready, packing all your bags. If you don't give all. There's a place I like to call your own. It's situated in my heart. I see you looking, but you can't come in. You're full of mistakes, you make my heart break. It's all those times you said you're on your way and made me wait all night and day. I'm getting tired of the silly games. You need to give more or else you're out the door. Out with your attitude. Out with your telling me I love you. If you don't come around, soon I'll be telling you I hate you. Still love is hanging by a thread. That's it to break if you don't
Mic check.
1, 2. Good afternoon, everyone. Can we please take our seats? You went to the back. Are we missing anyone? Can we start? Welcome back, everyone. Can the two gentlemen at the back, can you please take a seat as well? Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, we've had I said it's a finger light lunch. I was told it's not finger light lunch. It's just a snack. So I say maybe we need to standardize that as well, because these names need to be standardized. I say it's a finger light lunch. That no, it's not even near lunch. It's a snack. Well, colleagues, I hope that you really have enjoyed your snack, and I hope that those who were a bit tired in the morning, you have now loosened up. You've gone through at least a few presentations. You know what this day is about. One thing to keep in mind is that the discussions here, it's not just a talk show. In one way or the other, we intend to influence the future of heritage management, starting with us here in the province. A future that encompasses all genres of heritage, the diversity in heritage. What is quite dominant in our own province is the promotion and protection of the colonial built environment and heritage landscapes and cultural landscapes. And we hope that by these discussions and the papers presented here today, that the diversity of heritage will come out. Remember that it is you. You will inform the way forward. It is you who will inform how you would like heritage in the Western Cape to be promoted and protected. And if you feel that only colonial heritage has been recognized and then promoted, how then would you like your heritage to be celebrated? This is what today is about, both culturally and in naming of our geographical spaces, as the chairperson of SAGNC has indicated in the presentation. So let's keep that in mind as we listen to the presenters. Bring it home. In order for this to make sense, bring it all home. What does it mean to me? What is my role? If you're talking about the naming of places, what is my role? If you say that there are no women, there is no naming after women of the geographical space, what is my role? Because you have a role. In everything that has been discussed here today, you have a role. If you are looking at me wearing vendor clothes and you start to look at me through your culture and not through my vendor culture, for example, the onus is upon you as an individual to change those glasses and start to look at my culture from a vendor culture. I'm making an example of the CEO when I mentioned the vendor culture. It can be any other culture. So for this to really, really make sense, bring it home. Bring it to your home and ask yourself, what can you do? What can you do to influence the way heritage in the Western Cape in particular, because that's where we are, how heritage in the Western Cape can be celebrated in its diversity, not just one heritage being dominant over the other heritage. With those few words, colleagues, we're moving on. Welcome back once again. We now, there's a slight change because there's quite an interest in the Q&A session. And I feel that perhaps it is opportune that we let all the questions come at the end of the presentations. You've now had presentations from three speakers. The first speaker was Mr. Edward Mafaza, CEO of the CRL Commission, who spoke to us about the cultural practice as a human right. We had a speaker who says Bronwyn Michelle Andrews, who's a heritage activist, who spoke to us about the preservation and promotion of ICH to redress the past heritage management imbalance, in particular here in the Western Cape. And the last person was Ms. Palisakadi from the SAGNC, who's the chairperson, who spoke up to us about standardization of place names as part of heritage transformation. Moving on, we now go to the next speaker. Our next speaker is going to talk to us about the role of traditional leaders and the communities in the management of heritage. The guest speaker is Dr. Nokuzola Ndende. Very, very briefly about Dr. Ndende. Uyinjoli. Professor Nokuzola Ndende holds a PhD in religious studies from the University of Cape Town. She's an adjunct professor in the Department of Sociology and Anthropology at the Nelson Mandela University. She is the president of Ikamago Spirituality, a national organization based on the teaching and revival of African traditional religion and spirituality. She's an African liberation theologian and also a womanist theologian. She's a former religion lecturer at UCT and UNISA and is the founder of Ikamago Heritage Institute. She had been a commissioner in the Commission for Traditional Leadership, Disputes and Claims, and at the Commission for the Promotion and Protection of Rights and Cultural, Religious, and Linguistic Communities, the CRL Commission. She's a member of the Circle of Concerned Theologians. Lastly, she has presented papers in national and international conferences, and she has published extensively on issues relating to the African traditional religion, religion and law in South Africa, gender issues, and religion in education. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Ndende, or Professor Ndende.
Anyone? Thank you, Program Director. Can I make a request? Please now be my timekeeper. Okay. I don't want to do what Amos suggested. So once I'm 10 minutes, so that I can, because I want to finish what I'm going to say. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, because I don't want to mention somebody and I forget somebody. Today, I'm talking, or I'm supposed to talk about the preservation and promotion of cultural heritage. And this is a very complex and complicated area because it has been distorted, diluted for more than 2 centuries. Now the question is, if we're talking about preservation and promotion, where do we begin? And let me just give an example about today. Today, here, we're talking about the preservation and promotion of cultural heritage. Which cultural heritage? Because today we had the prayers from Christianity, Judaism, in Islam. And these were all religions that came here. So which preservation are we talking about when the indigenous one is still marginalized? So I've got a problem. Now, what are we going to promote? Now, again, when we talk about, I was listening to my daughter, Palisa, when we talk about these name changes, right, I was, as a former radio presenter and now a producer at Umhlobo Nene FM, I was once asked a question by what listener. Mama, why are the clans not developing? Okokoko sasibizo dlamini uzizi then. Kutheni ngoku yemalento? And I said to that listener, hey, I'm happy with me as Nokuzola Ndende. I'm happy that they are not developing. It's right that we invoke all dlamini uzizi that we don't even know. Because if I trace my history, my grandfather, they were about 6 or 8. All of them, my grandfather was Samuel. His brother was David. And others were Stephen, although they are, they call them the closer way of Stefano, no Samuel, no David, Yonkelon. But now if I invoke my ancestors and I say, Ndiyakubiza nawe David, Ndiyakubiza Samuel, Ndiyakubiza Stephen, who is going to answer? Because those names are not ours. So it's fine that we had those. Who will respond? Now, the reason I'm saying this, I've been having a concern about the name changes, just a little bit, because I know it's the right of the person whose place is named after him or her. I was saying, now when we are changing, we're having Nelson Mandela. But his name Nelson, he was given on this, when he was doing sub-A, when he was 7 years old, he was given, otherwise when he was born, he was given the name Kholitlahla. He is known as Kholitlahla. That is his real name. But now we're having Nelson Mandela. Who is Nelson? Who is Governor? Who is Solomon? All those names? Why, when you are changing these names, why are we not using the original names of those people? I'm just asking. I don't know which right is that. Okay, let me come to my topic. Now, coming to my topic, as I said, this is because of time, I'll have to rush, otherwise the paper is here. The role of traditional leaders, we know in the rural areas, traditional leaders play a very central role. I don't imagine any rural area without a traditional leader. No, that's not our life. And those people from the rural areas, they are also having homes in the cities. So they are living in two worlds. That is why there was problem during the time of the COVID, when we were not allowed to view the bodies, because we respect ancestors and want to be sure that these are the bones of so and so. When we now we are not allowed, and there are bylaws in Cape Town that Nokuzola will be buried over Mavumengwane. The problem, when my children go and talk to me, who will respond first between Nokuzola and Mavumengwane? So we're still having a problem. Where do we begin in this? I'm just putting these to you guys when you are making these laws. Now I've divided my paper into 4 sections, small sections. The first one is the nostalgic ideal. When we are talking today, we're talking about nostalgic ideal. We want those roles of traditional leaders that we had in the pre-colonial period. But that is ideal in this present era. If we as black people, we are treating each other like this, because I'm coming from a tradition that is still undermined, more especially by Christians. And they are in positions of power. So now this nostalgic ideal, I've got 4 topics. I'm not going to because of time. I'm saying Inkosi as custodians of culture. I don't want to use this term traditional leader, because to me that's racial, because Prince Charles is never called a traditional leader. Ikomkhulu as a place of safety. They are custodians, and that is the place of safety. That is why in the rural areas, any stranger that comes is immediately sent to a komkhulu, to the chief's place. But now we're having people that we don't know in our communities. That's why they are killing us, and so on and so on. So how do we restore that role of traditional leaders? The relationship between Inkosi and the communities. Inkosi is where people are accepted. That is why even us, as a generation of Abambo, the so-called Amamvengu, were welcomed by King Yinza. And to make unity, he even had intermarriages so that we are one. Inkosi is the keeper of the land for the benefit of his people. The keeper of the land. And now, when he's the keeper of the land, that is why we have graves in our own homestead, because that grave of Nokuzola, no one will ever buy that homestead, because that grave is a title deed. Now, the second one, I spoke of suffocation. Okay, it's the role of traditional leaders. Okay, that's good. Suffocation. Now, that good role of traditional leaders and traditional leadership, that is Ubukhosi, then became suffocated by colonialism. So colonialism played a very big role in the destruction of African culture and spirituality. The colonialists, after they were given land by Amakhosi, instead of obeying the laws of the land, they used force to destroy all the existing structures they find used by their hosts. And now I quote November in Vessels when he says, the main purpose of the colonial school system was to train Africans to participate in the domination and exploitation of the continent as a whole. Therefore, colonial education was education for the subordination, exploitation, creation of mental confusion, and the development of underdevelopment. Because we were liberated in 1994, but still to date, African traditional religion is still not recognized by our own black leadership. So where do we begin? Right, now, during the colonial period, the Black Administration Act replaced, in that act of 1927, the Governor General was given the role of Inkosi Nkulu. That means the head of that particular nation. Governor General, the act says, can appoint any person as a chief, any person. So it's by appointment now, not by birth. And the Governor General may define the boundaries. Okay. The Governor General may define the boundaries of the area of any tribe or of a location, or may from time to time alter the same and may divide any existing tribe into two. What is the difference between what the Governor General was supposed to do, was instructed to do, and the demarcation board? You'll find that the part of the chief is on the other. For instance, I'm coming from Edujo. Edujo under Uskaw, Nkosi Uskaw, Kumkan Uskaw. So Edujo and Ndende and Willow Vale are Kalega land. But you find that Edujo and Willow Vale and Elodale, they are under Mpashe municipality. But Butterworth is under Nguma municipality. And Ndende is under Nguma municipality. So this thing of dividing these and not consulting the traditional leaders, where are they going? What are we going to do now? Now, I'm coming now to the third one, the bittersweet compromise. The bittersweet compromise is when we got our liberation. That is why I'm saying the selective use of traditional leader. We've got problems now with traditional leaders themselves. There's distant traditional leadership. And yet, inkosi ihlala phakathi kwabantu bayo, so that as born zonke ingxaki is close to the people. When they've got problems, he's here. But now what is happening? Some of them are in the cities. So they are connected by phone. Hey, mhlakazi kukho ingxaki apha. Hayi enzani ngolhlobo. So it's through correspondence. So there is a problem with that traditional leaders. So traditional leadership is no longer based on custom. These days, you'll find Guti, and I'm sorry to mention this because it's true, Contralesa has made a serious damage to the state, to traditional leadership. Because of Contralesa, everybody, up in Western Cape, there were people from my own locality. They are members of Contralesa, go Princess. Lomtulona at home is not even, Utatak is not even a headman. It's not even a body. But here, because he or she is a member of Contralesa, in goes. So that is the problem. Well, it's open-ended membership. So is that the respect of the institution of traditional leadership? No. Traditional leaders, then now they're better, they are fighting with me with this. Traditional leaders are subjects of their subjects. So when I'm saying they are subjects of their subject, now I'm this traditional leader. Okay, here is Mr. Mavumengwan. He is the subject of this in that locality. He stands up when Nkosi comes in. And then the same Nkosi, Mr. Mavumengwan is the speaker. The same Nkosi when in Kwamaspala, when the speaker comes in, he's a member of the council. He stands up. Aibo, standing up for Mr. Mavumengwana, who is his subject. Now he is the subject here. And also in the church, because the church also made a lot of damage to our people, that we must agree. And this church now, this Nkosi is a member of Umanyano. And being a member of Umanyano, he is under Umfundisi, who is a subject, is his subject. So, who is a subject of who? That is why I have got a friend, I'm not going to mention him. He's an Umfundisi from Langa. He was saying, Nokuzola, Ndodana, you know, members of the Young Men's Fellowship. And I said, Tata, don't say you Ndodana. Because if you are an Ndodana, who is an Ndodana? So please, don't do that. So what I'm trying to say, we are having a problem of the restoration of our culture. We don't know where to begin. That is why Hansungule says that at independence, the new African regimes run by native Africans surprisingly perpetrated the contempt imposed by Western systems on indigenous society. Instead of using the opportunity of independence to reinstate the supremacy of indigenous law over and above Western law and society, native African rulers became even more aggressive in suppressing their own civilization. So when are we going to talk about restoration? That is why even Chinwezi is saying the same thing. I'm not going to read all of it, saying the same thing. And even Diala says that, the problem now, even with courts, the problem now, you can see those men, even with courts, they are wearing the Western thing. And now, when you are in court, when you are in Dujwa, the magistrate is Umxhosa, the respondent, you'll find that there is an interpreter interpreting for who. So, again, we've just taken the West as a whole. Now, there's something I want to, before I come to conclusion. Please, can you show those photos? There are photos there. The time is up. But please, give me 3 minutes for those photos. But before now showing those photos, conclusion is we must, Chinwezi is saying the solution is that we must recognize, shift the intellectual gear of how Europe underdeveloped Africa and how Africans are maldeveloping Africa and what we must do to develop ourselves. Okay, now we find that in those photos, now the first one, our children are dying in the initiation schools because our men are building the plastics as if where, I mean, they are suffocated and so on and so on. But look at what women used to do. That structure used to be built by women, as you see women. Why can't we just go there first? Because that was hot and no one suffered pneumonia. Now, let us look at, as I'm saying, the traditional leaders are subject of their subjects. Look at the subjects laying hands over the king. Where do we begin? That is the closer thing. King Zolonge Yokal. The king, look at those subjects. Abantu Aba, you will find that they are not even headmen in their areas. They are not even firstborns, but because of the church. Now, this is what is happening. This is undermining the same tradition that we are saying we must promote. Look at, that is the late Nkosi Zanozuko, late King Zanozuko. That is the king. Where are the people? The traditional people is the one with the red thing. Ne? Yes, look at that. So where do we begin? Where to begin, Mtakandima? Let us sit down and discuss the point of departure first. And the third one, look at what abantwana benkosi, abantwana bakaThixo, inceku zikaThixo are doing to King Misizulu. You see, they are anointing him with an oil that we don't know where it was made, and so on and so on. So that means King Misizulu is under Bishop Makgoba. And to be under Bishop Makgoba, so he is the subject of Bishop Makgoba, and Bishop Makgoba is above, is the representative of God. And now if we're talking about South Africa preserving, which cultural heritage are we preserving now? Now go to Butterworth now. You'll find that, I don't know which that department is, the Bawa Falls, and when the King Palo's grave. But King Palo died before Christianity came to Xhosa land. But look at the signage. So these people from the department, they don't even consult us. And what they do, they just decide. They just decide that this is the way it should go. So if, I'm happy that the various government departments are here. If you are here to preserve, to promote, to restore African culture, please go to the people who practice them and don't represent us, because Nina, we are those people that I'm saying they are spiritual subset. On Friday, Uyoshwama, Useplanti is doing rituals. Tomorrow is in the church. So that means you are misrepresenting us. Thank you very much.
This is one paper that cannot be left here. This is one discussion that needs to go out. This is one discussion that we need to have continuously in our various places. It's thought-provoking, it's insightful, it gets one thinking. Even if one was not thinking along the issues of tradition, for example. You've got everyone now here thinking along tradition. Thank you so much, Dr. Ndende, on your presentation. I won't even attempt to say I've captured this and I've captured that from your presentation. Just one thing to say that traditional leaders are subjects of the subjects. I think the pictures which you just shown us here, the photos, they just say it all. Thank you so much. Colleagues, we are moving on. Our next speaker, who's going to present a paper on cultural heritage as a strategic resource, Mr. Vusitemba Ndima, who's the DDG of Sport, Arts and Culture. DDG is a Deputy Director General for the students coming from school who might wonder what is DDG. Very, very briefly about Mr. Ndima. In 1997, he joined the Department of Arts and Culture as the Deputy Director, Cultural Tourism Development. In his present portfolio, he now manages 3 directorates with vast responsibilities and functions, including, but not limited to, the management of cultural institutions, those are museums, which also include the building of new museums and monuments, those are legacy projects, living heritage, and is also responsible for policy and legislation in the whole heritage sector. Mr. Ndima has acted as the Chief Operations Officer, the COO, for a period of approximately 6 months while the post was vacant. Mr. Ndima is presently the Deputy Director General for Heritage Promotion and Preservation in the Department of Arts and Culture and was acting Director General, Department of Sport, Arts and Culture from December 2015 until August 2017. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Mr. Vusitemba Ndima. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Mr. Spiwe Mavumengwana, the Chairperson of the National Heritage Council, Mr. Edgar Neluvalani, Chairperson of the SANGSC, Ms. Kadi, Alisa Kadi, Council members of the NHC, CEO of the CRL Commission, Mr. Edward Mafadza, heritage activist and author, Dr. or Professor Nokuzola Ndende, heritage activist, Kweses Browning Michelle Andrews, CEO of the NHC, Dr. Ndiboniswan Lukwareni, colleagues from the Department of Basic Education, Madams Mashiane and Mafoka, Amakosi Akonala, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's very difficult to come and speak after Professor Ndende has spoken. I almost just ran away, but I said because I have a task to carry out, I'll proceed with the task. But I'm also, let me just say that you will find that in my presentation, I like going back. I know some of the speakers were saying they don't want to go back, but I always believe that it's always important to go back and talk about the past, no matter how painful it is. And I start my paper by indicating that I'm glad to be part of this Cultural Heritage Dialogue 2023 under the theme Cultural Heritage as a Strategic Resource and Human Rights. The choice of the venue, the Castle of Good Hope, is befitting because of its heritage value. By heritage value, I do not mean it carries only good memories. Borrowing from Andreas Huizen, a scholar of German and comparative literature at Columbia University, who has referred to the city of Berlin as a palimpsest because of the good and bad historical memories it embodies. I also say the castle is a palimpsest in the true sense of the word. It is a manuscript in which later writing has been superimposed on effaced earlier writing. Because the Castle of Good Hope elicits memories of slavery and slave trade. Every brick that built the castle is the reminder of pain, blood, hard work, toil, tears, and sweat produced by our forebears as they were building it. It is the place where racial and social stratification was conceived and implemented. This was a place of incarceration. African royalties were kept here as prisoners of war. However, the same castle represents a confluence, a meeting point, where Africa, the Orient, which is the East, and the Occident, which is the West, met, which has produced the society we are today. So the castle today houses heritage collections of immeasurable value. I'm sure that, and I hope that the William Fair collection is still here. It has become a place of heritage. Now, we also meet during Human Rights Month, in which we are reminded from time to time about the fateful massacre in Sharpeville, where 69 people were brutally murdered by apartheid regime. For agitating for their human rights, these brutal murders were experienced in other parts of the country. It is no sheer coincidence that the democratic state reconfigured and used the day of the massacre to celebrate human rights, because such massacre was the birth pangs of our democracy and freedom. The Constitution of the Republic of South Africa commits the Republic of South Africa and its people to establish a society that is based on democratic values of social justice, human dignity, equality, and advancement of human rights and freedoms, non-racialism and non-sexism. So heritage is a concept to which most people would assign a positive value, the preservation of material culture, objects of art and of daily use, architecture, landscape, form, and intangible cultural heritage, performances of dance, music, theater, and rituals, as well as language and human memory, are generally regarded as a shared common good by which everyone benefits. Both personal and community identities are formed through such tangible objects and intangible cultural performances. And the formation of a strong identity is fundamentally a good thing. But I want to just indicate that over centuries and decades, colonialists took possession of our vast tracts of land by force, and subsequent colonialist and apartheid regimes used policies and legislative frameworks in their determination to mold African livelihood and land tenure systems to their needs. However, these policies were met with fierce resistance from kings and queens of various African polities who elected to lay down their lives. These can be traced back to the first encounter between the Khoi and the Portuguese in 1510. The Eastern Frontier Wars, which took something like 100 years, Isandlwana, Bambata, you name a few. We know that after those protracted struggles that were waged by our forebears to protect their land and their pre-capitalist mode of economic production, polity after polity disappeared. I'm sorry, you know when you are using this, it just, technology is catching up with me. And then during these battles and wars, there was plunder and looting of land and livestock. And I'm talking to you as a young people. You must understand that background. We shouldn't shy away from it. There was even brutality that took the form of the scorched earth policy. That's the policy that was liked and implemented by the British imperialists when they banned the plowing fields, slaughtered cattle, and poisoned the drinking wells to inflict deadly pain on the indigenous populations. These atrocious acts engendered landlessness, displacement, poverty, and destitution, which you still see today amongst the majority of people in our country, despite the attainment of our freedom in 1994. It is not only material deprivation that we should place the focus on, but also our dignity and humanity. South African history is strewn with incidents of slavery with its concomitant dehumanization. We come from the history of black people being treated as subhumans, who would even be subjected to the so-called scientific studies to prove that they were lesser human beings. Their bodies were desecrated, not only when they were still alive, but also disturbed in their peaceful eternal sleep, when their bodies were dug out of their graves to be subjected to European laboratories in the name of science. Siraj Rasool and Martin Legassi, I'm sure these are the historians from this particular province, have not just only written extensively on this subject, but in their own right, they have agitated for and championed the return of those remains in what they refer to as rehumanization of our ancestors. These professors have even participated in the formulation of policy and in the acts of returning the remains to South Africa. Some of you will be asking yourselves if, as a speaker today, I suffer from what some scientists would call melancholia, which is defined as some form of pathological digging of the past. The answer is, I'm not suffering from melancholia. However, I'm of the view that before you address the problem, you need to dissect and lay its parts bare. Remember, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, the TRC, that was set up by the democratic government, its reason for existence was to allow the victims and the perpetrators to converse and disclose the atrocities of apartheid as part of facilitating the healing process. I was privileged to work for the TRC in 1997, and I can tell you that the exposure to those gruesome testimonies had adverse effect on us who were not only listening to those barbarous acts, but were analyzing them and repackaging them into the usable data. We were compelled to live and relive those experiences. It is no wonder that the chairperson of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, the late Bishop Desmond Bilon Tutu, one of our paragons of virtue, ethics, and morality, had to break down one day because of the horrifying nature of apartheid atrocities. I've referred to the TRC because the main principle that underpinned its existence was the promotion of restorative rather than retributive justice. Complete disclosure was a prerequisite for amnesty, which in turn was necessary for national reconciliation. I'm also referring to the TRC because that process acknowledged the power of heritage in the restoration of the dignity of people whose human rights had been trampled underfoot for centuries and decades. One of the profound recommendations of the TRC was what they referred to as symbolic reparations in Volume 5, Chapter 5. You remember there was that paltry monetary remuneration of 30,000 for those who suffered the atrocities of apartheid. However, government did not blink to the fact that monetary reparation was not going to be enough, hence symbolic reparations. This would take the form of memorialization, which is indeed a heritage act or activity. The manifestation of these activities would include, among other things, memorials, monuments, museums, national symbols, name changes, and the repatriation of human remains and heritage objects. Now, the next question we need to ask to answer is whether the South African society has heeded the call of the TRC recommendation to bring about reconciliation. Now, I'll speak briefly on the projects that have been implemented by government to try and live up to that expectation. The then Department of Arts, Culture, Science, and Technology established a legacy committee to bring about the concept of foregrounding marginalized and forgotten histories and heritages. I don't want to mention the names in the interest of time, but I want to indicate that the thread that ran through the projects was reconciliation and nation building. The government was clear to avoid any form of triumphalism in the interest of reconciliation. In other words, government did not go about obliterating willy-nilly all symbols stemming from the apartheid regime. However, what was important in this regard was that these legacy projects needed to assist in the remaking of a new heritage landscape so that it is representative of all sectors of society and bears the true history of this country in all its contestations and contradictions. I must say that as much as more work has been done in this area, it has not been an easy task given the fact that it was largely infrastructural. Some of these projects are now subsumed under the Resistance and Liberation Heritage Route project that seeks to recognize people, events, and places associated with resistance to colonialism and struggles for our liberation. A major change in the conception of this project is that it now looks at alternative forms of memorialization. This arises out of the budgetary constraints, not only for the construction of these structures, but for their operationalization post-constructions. One of these forms of memorialization is the changing of names of geographical features as well as other commemorative forms such as films, documentaries, poetry, and pedagogy. As I stated in the preceding parts of my talk, the subjugation of African polities displaced them from their places of abode. The newcomers, feeding their nostalgic appetite, started renaming geographical features using the names of towns and cities in Europe and other parts of the world. These foreign names signify and symbolize conquest of local communities who had names of these places before. It also promotes false notions of discovering places or founding myths that have been perpetuated through historical writings and other forms of media. These are colonial mindsets that undermine the intelligence of local communities to the point of saying those inhabitants lack the basic capacity of attaching names to their habitats, while it is well known that this was one of the ways of dislocating local inhabitants from their habitats, both physically and psychically. So to use the words of Mary Louise Proud, a professor of Spanish and Portuguese languages and literatures, I concur that local inhabitants were actually being deterritorialized. This history of racism is well documented in the words of our own Bernard Makubane, professor of anthropology, in his book titled Race and the Construction of the Dispensable Other. Patrick Brentling, a professor of English and Victorian Studies, in his book titled taming cannibals, race, and the Victorians. So when you see the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture facilitating and creating an enabling environment for the naming of, and standardizing names of geographical features, you must understand this to be a restorative act, as well as acts of reclamation. The pushback that you experience, especially from sections of our population, is an indication of the impact that these processes have on the national psyche, as well as the discomfort they cause for some of these communities. To undermine these changes, they resort to using the economistic argument of cost implications. They know that such arguments often easily resonate with many people in general because of financial distress that we're going through. People often get hoodwinked by that argument as if stopping process of name changes will suddenly eliminate all the poverty woes that we have in this country. It must be emphasized that the legislation making provision for the naming of the geographical landscape is progressive and seeks to empower communities in taking the first initiative as and when the need for name change is identified, with the role of the minister only being to grant approval for the recommendation once it has been established that the process was widely consultative and that all lodged objections have been taken into consideration before the lodgement of such a recommendation with the minister. This is important to explain, as there has been a misconception peddled in the popular press that department has been arbitrarily effecting geographical name changes. In the context of cultivating a culture of human rights, geographical name change continues to be important in the restoration of dignity to many communities which were shunned and affixed denigrating names. Now, I don't know how much time I have. So talking about historical pedagogy and commemoration, our commemoration must be well researched and well thought out so that they foreground untold stories about the pre-colonial and pre-conquest eras. We need to talk about the greatness of Mapungubwe and the scholarship of Timbuktu, to discard false theories about Africa that was found undeveloped. In fact, we need to recall the approaches of scholars such as Andre Gunde Frank, a German sociologist who spoke about the development of underdevelopment thesis. By this, he was saying Africa was developing, but it was deliberately underdeveloped. So that's why he spoke about the development of underdevelopment thesis. Now, I also wanted just to go to Roger I. Simon, a professor of education who specializes in cultural studies, who argues that commemorative practices are pedagogical, not only in function, but in their very character. Continues to define pedagogy as a term which signals the practical synthesis of questions, what should be taught and why, with consideration as to how that teaching should take place. And also go to Henry Giroux, an American-Canadian scholar and cultural critic, who argues that as a pedagogical form, commemoration incorporates a set of evaluations that structure what memories should inform our social imagination, as well as a detailed, structured set of operations for presenting and engaging historical representations intended to provoke and sediment affect and meaning. He further argues that the pedagogical approach gives students not simply to discover their hidden histories, but to recover them. This means reliving the betrayed stories of history through a critical deployment of imagination, able to discriminate between reality as a fact and an existence as a possibility. Now, I've elected to borrow from these writers because of my appreciation of the significance of historical knowledge in challenging hegemonic narratives that have permeated the educational space. Thanks to our collaboration with the Department of Basic Education in the Resistance and Liberation Heritage Root Project. This department, and I'm glad it's represented here today, chairs research and education work stream of the RLHR. It is sharing with us activities of the team comprising of 7 members from different academic backgrounds in history, education, heritage, and archaeology, aimed at overhauling the history curriculum. The new curriculum is intended, amongst other things, to reintroduce key concepts in historical evidence, with a special focus on oral traditions as a global human archival practice, to reintroduce pre-colonial epochs with a greater degree of depth and complexity of narratives, develop a critical perspective and analytical approach to how and why forms of history are constructed, instill a global and continental African-centered historical consciousness. Now, touching on the relocation of colonial and apartheid statues, we know that the South African landscape is littered with colonial and apartheid iconography that celebrate the empire and the architects of apartheid. When the new political dispensation was ushered in 1994, the idea was not to do away with existing monuments and memorials, but to recontextualize them and expose them, if not disinvest them of their racist stereotypes and myths. However, current generation does not seem to share the same perspective. The Rhodes Must Fall movement of 2015 attests to this alternative perspective of wanting to do away with colonial and apartheid iconography. The question is how government reconciles these clashing perspectives. The then Department of Arts and Culture conducted consultative processes with the South African communities across the color lines and students to try and reach a common ground. The ultimate decision that was approved by government was to relocate the statues to what is called cultural nation building parks in consultation with provinces and municipalities so that we preserve them, but that we do not give them the prime spaces in our universities, parliament, town halls, and municipal buildings. So basically, we need to preserve them without celebrating them. The overriding theme that characterizes them will be lest we forget. When we look at them, we should say, never again will this happen during our lifetimes. Now, talking about the repatriation of the human remains and heritage objects. In this area, we are talking about the repatriation of human remains of two categories of our people. It is our ancestors and our heroes and heroines. The first category is constituted by those who were dug out of their graves to be studied in the name of scientific research, which we see as a clear case of dehumanization. The second category is constituted by those who fought during resistance against colonialism and apartheid. Some were maimed and their heads and limbs were cut to be used as trophies, and others left the country during apartheid to seek asylum in other parts of the continent or in other parts of the world. Maybe it wants me to stop now, but I need to finish this. Sorry about that. I'm not far from finishing. This is Nokuzola. Okay, I've got it back. So I've spoken about the second category, and I've spoken about what, and then of course they died whilst in exile. So government is inundated with a request to return the remains to South Africa so that families can find closure. Government has done repatriations before of both categories of people. We returned the remains of Sarah Bartman, which are now resting in Hangi in a tiny hill, overlooking the Gamtus River. We returned the remains of the Khoi couple, Klaas and Troy PNR, and are now resting in peace in Kuruman, in the Northern Cape. We returned the remains of our stalwarts, Moses Kotane and J.P. Max from Novodevichi in Russia. They are both resting now in Pella and Ventersdorp, respectively. We are happy to report that communities and families were happy with these repatriations. We have, however, noted that individual repatriations are costly. We are now drafting a plan that will see country-to-country repatriations in consultation with families so that we bring closure to the gaping wounds that families are afflicted with to date. We should begin in earnest to conduct an audit of our cultural property, That was part of the loot and plunder during the wars of resistance. Now, the transformation of exhibitions and respective narratives. In this area of our work, our entities have a long way in transforming exhibition, performances, and stories that celebrated and promoted colonial myths and stereotypes. We, however, cannot claim that it is enough. We are saying that we are, however, cannot claim, we say so because it is not easy to dispel these narratives that have been circulating and therefore entrenched in our memory. Now that we will be scaling back on the construction of new infrastructure, our focus will be on the content rather than concrete. Our public entities have the duty to play a pedagogic role and transform the minds of South African population and the rest of the world about us, past, present, and future. They also have a role of marketing their heritage products so that they increase foot traffic, so that they generate income, contribute to economy, and assist in reducing unemployment. They should play an active role in fighting racism and sexism through their exhibitions, performance, and thus changing stereotypes about heritage as a breeding ground for cultural practices and rituals that are antithetic to the Bill of Rights. Furthermore, there is a need to be innovative and capitalize on digital technologies to ensure universal access to our heritage resources. This has a potential to whet the appetite of both domestic and foreign tourists to visit our museums and heritage sites and thus contribute to economic growth. In terms of the transformation of national symbols are a marker of countries' national sovereignty and are collectively used as a rallying point for national unity, cohesion, and national pride. South Africa has a collection of statutory national symbols which came with the dawn of the new dispensation in 1990. Symbols mark a deliberate break from a pariah and a divisive past into a new dispensation premised on fundamental human rights. While all the national symbols are important and ought to be respected, the national flag, the national anthem, and the coat of arms are the most significant as they are foremost symbolic markers of country's sovereignty. Now, if I could then just go to the conclusion. I want to thank the National Heritage Council for hosting this intergenerational dialogue. It is important that the National Heritage Council should continue to tackle topical issues that affect the society. I think the National Heritage Council should continue to be the voice of reason and a critical thought leader on matters that are not always palatable. In doing so, you should not shy away from placing into questions issues of human rights today as they relate to the continued landlessness facing the majority of South Africans, continued socio-economic disparities in the land of plenty, poverty and unemployment, violence in general, and violence against women and children. I'm saying this because as a government institution that has a coordinating role on matters of heritage, you can use your influence to mobilize the entire society through partnership with non-governmental organizations, community-based organizations, civil society at large, and the business community. Our ideals of a cohesive and inclusive society will be realized if we all participate in eradicating racial bigotry and redressing past imbalances in all walks of life. I thank you.
Okay, one of these has to move. One of these has to move. This one can just be it, yeah? Thank you. Colleagues, before I start, somebody left this in the loo? Is it yours? Okay. Were you in a hurry? Were you in a hurry? Did I mention when I did the intro for Babundima that he's presently finalizing his thesis in heritage and historical studies at UCT? Did I mention that? Well, if I didn't, you've just witnessed it now. Thank you so much, Babundima. Thank you very much for the presentation. Thoughtful. These are the kind of discussion points that one takes away. You know, when we engage with our peers in different arenas, in different spheres, even when we have a braai or a poki, these are matters that we really should continue to discuss. They shouldn't just be reserved only for meetings like this, which don't take place often. Talking about the next coming generation, the young ones learn from us, whether good or bad. And this is one good thing that they should learn from us when we engage on such discussions, where we're coming from and where we're going. Just very briefly, just to touch on a few things from our side. I'm sure you've got your own points, which you've picked up from Babundima's presentation. That heritage is a concept that really should assign value. That history of the people should be of people, our history, where we're treated as less than humans. And that the black people's dead bodies have been used in the past for scientific experiments. And that we should heed the call of the TRC to address reconciliation. The changing of names is progressive and should not be seen arbitrarily. In the culture of cultivating human rights and geographical names, now I add my part here. It's a key component. I missed what he said in the end, so I just put my own part here. In the culture of cultivating human rights, geographical names are a key component. That's my part, edition, the last one. Africa was deliberately underdeveloped. Babundima speak of the development of underdevelopment. As a praise to the NLC, NLC should continue to be the voice of reason that mobilizes society. I think I'll just capture those. I'm sure you also have captured yours as well from Mr. Ndima's presentation. Thank you very much, Babundima. Much appreciated. Colleagues, this now, we are almost colleagues because we're talking the same language here. We've come to the next part of the program today. We finished with the speakers. You've got your questions, you've got your points of clarity. You might want to add something that has been said in here. I would like the young people as well to also ask any questions from your side, because I don't want this to be just like a talk show for you guys. That when you leave here, okay, we were there, they were talking, but we don't know what they were talking about. So use this as an opportunity. Ask yourself any questions on your side. And Mr. Arendse, this paper just flew. It was on my desk. It's Mr. Arendse's name, Aswan Arendse. I wanted to get his name correctly. Mr. Arendse, your grade 8 to 12 learners, I hope that when you leave here today, you will perhaps find an opportunity to engage these young minds. This is the future. This is the people who will lead this country. Everything that has been said here today will be implemented by them. They better understand what we're talking about. And if you have resources in your school that can enhance what has been said here for their own understanding, I urge you, sir, to make use of that. Let it start with them and let it spread through your school and to other schools as well in the area until it covers all the schools in the Western Cape. For the adults present here in the room, I mentioned this before. This is an opportunity of how you would like the heritage, your heritage, our heritage, to be managed in the province. We've got the Act, National Heritage Resources Act, otherwise known as NARA. We've got that Act. I won't say much. I will leave the rest for when I make my final statements. But using that Act, for example, how would you like your heritage to be celebrated, to be promoted, to be identified, to be protected as it is. I won't go beyond that. We're now going straight to the Q&A. Now, this is how we're going to do this. Miss Bronwyn has excused herself. She had to leave because she has another engagement after this one. So she's not present here today. So we've got the speakers present here today. The questions that we're going to be asking will be based on the presentations and not outside the presentation. Going to be the points of clarity. You might want to add something to what has been said here today, which will be noted. Should there be no response or answer to your question, it will be noted, and then we're going to take it forward with us as we leave here today. Now, I saw a hand right at the back. I would like to get an indication. Somebody help me from that side as well, so that I don't miss anyone. Okay. There's one hand there. I'm going to wait first. Just see the hands first. Okay. That hand there was first. Okay, I will take this side, then I'll come to this side. All right, is that fair? There's 2 hands this side, am I correct? There's 3 this side.
Sorry, I have to go. I really want to say something.
You have to go. Okay, we'll give you a chance. Okay, we'll give her a chance, and then the 3 hands this side will go after her, and then we'll come to this side. Over to you, ma'am. Go ahead.
I'm sorry if I'm seen to be jumping here, but I do have to leave. And I want to address something quite deep and sensitive, so I hope the House can hear me. We've been touching on the legacy of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And part of today's event was a tour of the castle. Now, the castle is a space of oppression and resistance. And I would like to hear if anyone was taken today on a landscape sculpture called Crying for Justice, where 118 graves were dug by an artist representing those people who were killed in detention. I want to know if those on the tour actually were shown where a bomb blasted in this premise. This was the base of the Western Cape Command during apartheid. Caspers and Buffels parked here. The police and the security forces operated from here. I bombed this place, just at the arch over there, inside there. And I bet you weren't told about that. It's partial history we shared. And this is the heritage. This is liberation. And I feel so strongly about this that, and I've said this before, but I doubt it's corrected. It must be corrected. Thank you very much. I must run. Goodbye.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, unfortunately, we didn't have a tour, so we haven't seen the graves where they were and where they were bombed from. I hope that perhaps if there's any other opportunity, we'll get to see those graves. All right, then. Let's start with the hands. There were 3 hands that side. There's 1 hand there. Okay, we'll take all questions. Then we get the responses. Can you first start by introducing yourself and tell us which group, organization, or Royal Council you come from? Thank you.
Good morning, goeiemorgen. My name is Kuba Olifant. I'm the 3rd born of the Korana. I'm great-grandson of the last ruling king of the Koranas, who fought 7 frontier wars. And behind me is the last chiefs, the settled chiefs, who was part of us convergence. The last Koranas were taken to Robben Island, including my great-great-grandfather, Kuba Las Lucas. This is the descendants of Chief Kibedu behind me, who died and is buried on Robben Island. I have a serious problem with what transpired today. The people who are part of our collective memory, who died in our wars for the freedom of Western Cape and South Africa, none of the Nguni families who fought who were dumped in Ndabeni, in Maitland, in Lohandla, after the frontier wars. None of them are here. None of the Muslim leaders are here. Sheikh Yusuf, the Kramat in Makassar. Sheikh Yusuf is the first of 17 Kramats. The Cape Mazar Society is not here. None of the Islamic leaders of Cape Town are here. The first intifada outside of Palestine happened here during the liberation struggle. The Muslims fought here against the Dutch since day one, since they came here. That led to 2 slave revolts, and most of them being executed here in this place, where the person introduced themselves as Khoi leaders did not acknowledge the fallen lords who gave their lives over 4.5 where Muslims were not granted their burial. I just wanted to rectify that. I want to pose my question to Vusi Temba Inkosi, Deputy Director General. You met me in 2017 at Ezekiel Museums. You spoke today about the dehumanization of remains. We had a provisional understanding on the reburial of the Colesberg remains, which explains how Nguni remains, who fought against Sir Walter Curry in 1868, ended up in Ezekiel Museums. We heard nothing from you since 2018, but except the fact that you were acting. But you're not acting now, but you're still saying the same thing. Now, what we have a problem with, we're being recognized by a Khoi and San Commission here in the Western Cape as the rightful rulers of the Western Cape. But we cannot have a situation where our blood and our history is weaponized against other people for political purposes. We have to build a country with white, with black, with Indian, with Muslim. These youngsters that we bring into these meetings, they share schools, they share with each other. We cannot have a situation where our history, especially not the blood of Qurana, is weaponized against anyone else. I asked them, how is it that almost 150 years after the last frontier war, none of our children know any of our grandfathers for 4 generations. Right after the children are born, the grandfathers die in battle. For 4 generations, none of us knew what a grandfather was. Yet you come as an official here. For 10 years, we've been fighting this provincial government. 10 years, we've been fighting Helen Zilla, we've been fighting this provincial government tooth and nail, only to find out that they are rightfully just defending themselves against a catastrophe. Because there's no memorandum of agreement on any of the things you say. So how do we respond? No, you can silence me. I'm asking
No,
a
wait,
question.
wait.
I'm asking a question.
No, wait. Wait, sorry. No, wait.
You present things, but there is no memorandum of agreement with this provincial government to implement what you are saying.
No, wait. You know, as much as you have a right to ask a question, I'm sure you also have a right to listen as well. I think you've made your points. We are not going to engage what you and Helen Zille and everybody else did. That's not part of the debate here today. The topic has been made very clear. The topic for the day was made very clear. The topics which the speakers, can you just get over my please? The topics for topics for the speakers were made very, very clear. Here we are chatting the future of heritage management in the province, and the people present here today are going to give their own input on how they would like heritage to be managed. I would really like us to contain any questions that we ask into what has been discussed here today. Anything that took place outside of the scope of the presenters, anything that took place whether in Parliament, whether it took place on any other platform, does not belong here. I'm going to urge that we do not use this particular opportunity to settle whatever other score that there might be. And I'm not saying there is a score to be settled, but I'm not going to allow that we use this particular platform to settle those scores. If there are any outstanding questions on a personal level, they do not belong on a group level. I'm sure there is an opportunity in the same manner that you raised them initially that you can make follow-up on. My concern, if I allow that, then the other person will also want to raise their own personal questions. In that way, we will lose focus on what you are here to do and discuss. So I'm going to ask, please, When you ask questions, let's ask a question, let's not elaborate, and let's give the person to whom you ask a question a chance to respond. So as much as we have a right to ask a question, I'm sure you also have a right to listen as well. Mr. Ndima, you won't answer now because I want to take the other two questions. There were two other questions here. I want to finish with this side, and then we can go to the other side as well. The next speaker, please. Thank you.
Hello, ndingathetha isiXhosa?
But ungathetha isiXhosa.
Okay, igama nguSongezo, ndingokasicawu ndiphuma kuGatyana ematshaweni. But ndike ndingumfundi e-CPUT. Umbuzo wam nje umnye nje. Umama ugqirha uNokuzola Ndende uthe iinkokheli zemveli, inkosi, ngabagcini bamafa bemveli. So umbuzo wam kuba kutheni iinkokheli zemveli zingeyonxalenye yale ngxoxo yanamhlanje xa caba bangabagcini mafa emveli? Kutheni bengekho? Kuba sinazo iinkosi eKhayelitsha nakoManyanga, iinkosi ezimela amaXhosa, abeSuthu, namaMpondomise. Kuzo zonke nje ii-tribes ese-Eastern Cape zikhona iinkosi apha e-Western Cape. Kutheni zingeyongo inxalenye yale ngxoxo? Enkosi.
All right, thank you very much. I will do the translation. Okay, sorry. The question was from Songezo Stau to Professor Nokuzola Ndende. Yes, she works in. But it's a question which she won't really be able to answer, but I can help you with that one. The question was to confirm, Dr. Ndende said that traditional leaders are custodians of culture. So how come we do not have traditional leaders present here today, along with them being custodians of culture? That's a question from Songezo is a student at CPUT. Okay, that's the second question. Thank you, Songezo. The third question.
Thank you, Program Director. I have a few questions, though. My name is Jeremiah. My surname is Steinsma. I think I've been invited here because I am a human rights practitioner. I hope so. My question basically first is, why don't I see Heritage Western Cape and SAR present at this particular engagement, because those two are the ones that will help us in the question that you raised as the topic for today, because the two of them not being here is a little bit problematic. Because part of our problem with our heritage in the Western Cape and the inability of the agencies that we set up to basically maintain is the fact that they don't participate in these conversations. Because they run their programs based on legislation that get passed by Parliament, and therefore we are then subjected to those. Particular example would be SPLUMA, the Spatial Planning Land Use Management Act, is one of possibly the biggest inhibitors of our cultural heritage rights. And how do we basically start engaging around those kind of things? And again, the issue that Dr. Nokuzola raised for me is also an important thing. Whose heritage are we trying to resuscitate, maintain, promote? Because our starting point, even in the National Heritage Act, does not start prior to colonialism. And that for me is part of where our problem lies. And when you live in the Western Cape, and specifically in the Cape Flats, where I live, you see the consequences of no heritage, no belonging. And you will see that same thing in Gauteng, in the Westbury, and so on, same reason. And therefore the issue of how do we deal with cultural heritage is not a thing that is just somewhere there. It is part of our being, and we need to start engaging. I'm not a cultural heritage scholar. I'm not a graduate of any of those. I'm a person that loves it. And I'm worried in the way that we continue in a colonial way, trying to deal with our heritage. And we seem to be afraid to speak truth to power. We must agree that when Jan van Riebeeck arrived, we were actually here. We were here, we had a heritage, and we are afraid to practice it. Because our current, I don't know what I call it, our current government seems to be, as I listened to that professor from Rhodes University, we first want to hear what Britain says. If Britain is happy with the way that we want to practice our culture, then we pass legislation and get Britain to approve it, and then we move. That can't be the way that we want to resurrect our past. And then start a new foundation. These young people do not know who INSA. You don't know, they don't know who that is. They don't know why we keep on referring to INSA. They do not know why I would refer to Osomati. Who's Osomati? I know Osomati. Because I did a little bit of research about my history. And that is where I'm a little bit worried when DDG says that there's a working relationship with basic education and they are starting to do some history around the liberation route. Now, my question that I'm asking also then linked to that is what are the conversations that we have with our students, learners, prior to what is said as the starting time of liberation. I thought the liberation started in 1643 when that was really arrived. We were fighting then already, it didn't stop. But when we go to the history that is currently at the school level, we are not there. And that will be part of my problem in relation to heritage as a human rights tool. Remember, that's why I'm here. Because when I don't belong and my human rights get violated, I can't see it. I accept it as a normal thing. But when my cultural heritage gets ingrained in me from the starting point at their level, I would know when people are doing things wrong to me. And that for me is where our things go wrong. And I want us to get answers to those kind of things. And I'm glad that the DDG is here so that we can get some of those conversations going. Because it's even in the memory projects that we are doing. Because I'm starting a project next month, thanks to the department, so that we can basically give young people the real memory of things that really happened. Not somebody coming from America telling us what happened in our country. But we who experience it, like Sir Lewis Black, we who have experienced it, can talk about what happened so that young people get first-hand experience and a first-hand account of basically our heritage.
You did not introduce yourself, sir. Did you? Sorry, I missed your name. Sorry. My apology.
My name is Jeremiah and my surname is Steinsma.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jeremiah. My apology there. I didn't get your name. Don't worry, we'll change your name and just standardize it. You get a coin name. Okay, those are the three questions. We're going to respond to those questions. Then when we're done, then we'll go to the other side. Mr. Ndima, it seems like the two questions are addressed to you. The question from Usongezo, I think that probably might be the easier one to start with. I'm going to ask, where's Mr. Mulawudzi? Mr. Mulawudzi. Mr. Usongezo is asking Dr. Ndende, he's asking about the traditional leaders who are not present here today. My understanding, I thought almost was here to just respond to that. There's a database from the Western Cape Cultural Commission where the royal councils are on that database. And an invite has been extended to everyone on that database. We made a request from the Cultural Commission Secretariat, who then provided us with a list of the names of traditional leaders, royal council, kings and queens, everybody who is there across the Khoi, the Nguni, etc., who are based here in the metro and who are able to attend. If they did not attend, we do not know, but that invitation has been extended to them on the contact details which they have on the Cultural Council's database. Just for reference purposes, when we had an event in the Artscape, I think some of you maybe were there, it was the SHGNC event with the Artscape. Even on that one as well, they were also invited. But some could make it, some could not make it. So I'm trying to say that the invitations went to everybody who is on that database of the Cultural Commission. As to why they did not come forward and attend, we really wouldn't know. And why I asked for Mr. Molau is because he's the one who's been handing the invitations. But I think I've provided sufficient answer if you have any. That was a question from Songezo Stau, where he was asking Dr. Ndende, he was asking you, but I'm just giving that answer. He's saying that in your presentation, you mentioned that traditional leaders are custodians of culture. Why then don't we have traditional leaders? So I was giving a response to that there was an invitation extended to all of them. Babundimo, the questions are over to you now. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. I think that maybe I would have also preferred that the issue which has been raised by Mr. Tensma about Heritage Western Cape and Sarah.
Yes.
Maybe it's handled by colleagues in the NHC because they might have issued invitations. So if maybe that can also be handled.
Yes.
What I will be able to handle are the most difficult ones.
That's why I leave you for last.
Yeah, but maybe let me start with Mr. Tensma with regards to issues of history. And you have said a very important matter about, what about history before Jan van Riebeeck? In fact, that's what the history committee is looking at as they are developing a curriculum. They are beginning to challenge, this notion that history begins in 1652. No. In fact, they are even going back to the fact that it did not start with that first encounter between the Portuguese and the Khoi in 1510. The history of this country and the history of the continent, you can trace back to Mapungubwe, back to Timbuktu, because the idea here is to also show how local communities lived before those disturbances that happened during colonialism. So that's the main purpose behind the history project. That's why I was saying I'm very much appreciative of it. And also the fact that the Department of Basic Education has assembled the real brains in terms of the historians, in the universities of this country, the scholars within history, the scholars that have dealt with archaeological issues, because when you look at this evidence, it's not just the evidence that you can only get in the archives, but it's an evidence that you would even get through archaeological excavations and all those kinds of things. So that's the nature of work that is happening here. So I thought that let me just highlight that. Now, coming back to Nkos Arendse, I think Nkos Arendse is right to raise the point that he has raised program director. It is true. And it's not just about the Colesberg remains, it's also Sutherland remains that as a department, together with various institutions who are trying to do the repatriation. For instance, the Colesberg is right to say that those remains are at Izigo, one of our institutions. We had started that project. I think because Arendse, maybe, if I'm not mistaken, we're looking at 2017, you are right, 2017, 2018, but there were issues also that we needed to take care of. For instance, if you deal with matters of this sensitive nature, the issue of consultation becomes very much important. And one of the things that we had agreed upon was to then start a process of consulting with local communities, but also were to start the process of identifying graves or the grave site where those remains were going to be reinterred. And that took a while because you are talking about communities, and communities are diverse in terms of the thinking. If I were to tell you, I was privileged to be part of the return of the remains of Sarah Batman, for instance. Very young, I was very young at that particular point in time. But I can tell you, the process of even identifying where the grave was going to be located in Hanki, it was a serious consultative process. Even now, with this matter of Colesberg, the issue of consultation, Inkosi knows that we had started that process. And of course, it took a while. And then, of course, people might ask a question, but from 2017, 2018, there were also some intervening forces. For instance, if you look at 2020, 2021, it was not easy to do anything. So I'm saying he is right to raise a concern. That project is not off the cards. It is the project that is still going to be done, but we want to do it properly. When we have done the consultation, when we agree, when those remains are going to be reinterred. Because we do not also want to, as government, when we are about to reinter the remains, you are told, no, there's an interdict. You can't bury them. And we are not then doing justice to the same ancestors that we are trying to rehumanize. We're trying to bring back their dignity. So I just want to humbly say, Inkosi Arenze, please understand that within that context. So that's what I would like to say at this point in time. But thank you very much. Thank you for raising it.
No, thank you, DDG, for that response. Mine as well, it's going to be very short. It's on the non-attendance of Heritage Western Cape as well as our sister organization, the South African Heritage Resources Agency. Starting with the latter, actually both, we shared invitations to all the stakeholders relevant in the sector. We even got, responses. It's just unfortunate that we don't see them at the event. With Sarah, for instance, we're even informed of the person who will be gracing the occasion. So it's just unfortunate. Luckily, on our side, it's not only this activity that we work with the two mentioned, institutions. There are other programs and activities that we work with, just like you see colleagues from the City of Cape Town. We work closely with them as well when it comes to the management of heritage. So I think from our side, on behalf of the institution, we have done our part when it comes to invitations. Now the honors were on those who were invited. It's just unfortunate that they didn't come, but it doesn't mean moving forward or that which is related to them that has been discussed here today is not going to be shared with them. We're going to have all take-homes, so that which belongs to those institutions will be shared with them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, DDG. And thank you, Ndende Mulauti. Now we're going to move across to this side. There were many hands. Somebody help me with the hands. We are on this side now. Okay. Yeah, we'll just take from here and then we go. All right. The first one?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Karabo Mapukata. I come from the Northwest Department of Arts and Culture. I'm a heritage officer there. I think my first question fell away because it's not anything that was presented, but it was on the Provincial Geographical Names Committee, but I'll reserve that maybe for a sidebar with you, DDG, if you allow me. My question is to you, Dr. Mama. I just wanted to find out with regards to preservation of culture. I am a Botswana, born by both Botswana. My mom is Botswana, my dad is Botswana, and I am married to a Mokosa. He is from Ndende, pure Xhosa. So I guess it's a personal question. With passing on culture then, how do we properly do it? Do we pass on just the Xhosa culture? Do we pass on the Tswana culture? Do we pass on both cultures? And in doing so, does it not ultimately at some point dilute, in a way, either culture? And how then do we, as a society in general, because intermarital, cultural, it's happening everywhere, if I could put it that way. How do we then find a way to preserve both the Xhosa culture and the Tswana culture without, I don't know, confusing the children, for lack of a better word?
Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Jackie Poking. I'm from Boka. And I have a few questions, but I'll try and be brief. The first one is with regards to the UN resolution that was mentioned. Is South Africa a signatory to it? And there's a reason I ask that, because it doesn't seem to be in practice. But my question is, as South Africa as a country, party to that resolution and a signatory to it, if it was something that we could do. And then the other part is with regards to communities' access of information, access to these programs. As a community in Boka, for example, I can tell you in terms of resources and that, we don't necessarily have the resources to access the information that's available, the programs that's available. As grand as it is, to me right now it's paper. It's not tangible for me within our community because I can't access it. Fortunately for us, we got notified about this event, one through social media and two through somebody who was here and was invited. Not all communities and organizations are on that database that is being referred to. How do we broaden that to be more inclusive? Because we cannot just say that those that have been or are on the database have been invited. Some communities might not know that they need to be on that database. And I say this with the greatest respect to the heritage sector. Heritage Western Cape, for example, requires that communities be registered as conservation bodies. All communities are not aware of that. And even if they are aware, how do they get there? Who's going to help them? We are lay people. We are just community activists with an interest in our culture and to preserve it. How do we get from that to be part of this today and future programs? What is the department or whichever sector of government, what are they doing to bring us in and to help us get there? It's one thing to say we have these programs and you can fill in forms. If you don't even know how to fill in a form, who's going to help us? So those are the comments I'd like to make. Thank you.
Afternoon, everyone. I'm Lisa Kobo, a grade 12 matriculant in Trafalgar High School. I have a question based on what Ms. Palesakati said. She said, since the names are changing, my question is, since the names are changing, what about the previous names? Their meaning and significance. So when we're changing the name, what do we do about the past name that we're finishing away? What do we do about it? What is its significance if we change it to Rebecca, whereas it was Port Elizabeth? So that was my question. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mokseni Mai. I'm also a matriculant at Trafalgar High School. My question is referred to Ndende. I wanted to ask about the confusion that some of the youth grew up in where both tradition and Christianity is considered in households, where you get baptized and when they're doing belego. To me, these two don't go together. We grow up in a time where if there's a ceremony, we will open up in a prayer, ask God to bless the ceremony. Then thereafter, sibize kwabaphantsi for blessings as well. This shows that how our parents has failed us. They didn't give us a straight path to choose between Christianity and tradition. Yeah, I mean, we can't serve two masters at the same time. Now we're growing and we have to do our own research about tradition and try to find our roots because our parents have failed us and their parents failed them. Now we have to choose between Christianity and tradition. So I am a Christian, right? And I would love to know about my tradition and where I come from, but my religion does not allow me to partake in certain ceremonies. Now, does this not make it hard for me as a Christian to know about my tradition? Thank you.
Good day, everybody. My name is Alube Putela. I am a matriculant at Trafalgar High School, and I am also a deputy chairperson of Itongo Likantu. Unfortunately, Miss Brown-Wynn is not here because my first question was posed to her. I like the fact that she mentioned that she has a vision and a plea to our department that she would like their language to be taught in our schools. But my question still stands. As a leader or leaders of the Khoisan people, what are the actions you are taking in order to make sure that this language and your history, your right history, is being taught in our schools? And then my second question to her is, are you going to attend each and every dialogue that is being presented to you and comment into every social media post? What action are you taking as a leader? My second question is to Umamu Palisakadi. Firstly, I would like to make a point that Mama, a name should foretell the future of a certain place. For example, you cannot name Umtana Umatlakala in Sesotho, meaning rubbish. If you name a child Umatlakala, what are you foretelling the future of that child? What about the likes of Mr. Francois Almeida, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, which is the late Khoi leader? What about the likes of Nkosikazi Mushauli, who is the chairperson of Traditional Leaders House and Khoisan? They say Nelson Mandela that today we celebrate together with Uwini and the other people in our history, sold our people, yet are being praised. What about the likes of Mr. Francois? In conclusion, let us not sugarcoat history. Let us build a nation ngenyaniso. Inyani is as khulula as a nation. Engosi.
Okay, this is there more? Oh, okay. I thought you were done. Okay, go ahead.
Good day, everyone. My name is Betty Lungwi. I'm a grade 11 learner at Trafalgar High School. So, like it was mentioned that in order for people to name roads, railways, bridges, and other public buildings, you have to consult the people and engage with them. But then, how can they take that step forward if the people in the community themselves are segregated or other people excluded from the consultation or engaging? Like, you only choose certain people to whom you consult with the naming and the consulting. So how can that be enforced when other people are excluded? That was my question. Thank you.
Okay, is that it? It's like I'm attending the parliament of young people. You guys, you just don't hold back. You've got the liberty to just say it as it is. And amazingly, the old people do learn from you guys. So keep it up, keep asking those questions, keep engaging us. Yeah, jeez, what can I say? Thank you so much. Your questions are so deep. You know, I don't think they come from grade 12 learners. It's like they come from somebody at varsity or something. All right. The questions are far spread. There are questions for Ms. Palisakadi. Colleagues, I will leave it to you as you have heard the questions. Those that apply to you, you can respond. Over to you, Ms. Kadi.
Thank you very much, Skim Sam. I'm happy that you've had so many solid questions. I'm going to start with the last one. I don't know whether I should stand so that I can get your attention like before, and you have been really very respectful. Thank you. And you know, so the last one says exclusion when other community members partake in the name change process. We say that any member, that is what the Act says, any member of the community can have put their hand up and say, I want to change this street name, that river, that town into this name. Then the process goes as far as your local municipality, because you are under jurisdiction. You know, even in villages, you must go and say, this is how, and then this is the intention. And when that happens, a public consultation process is called, where they are supposed to show that they have advertised in a public newspaper to say, come all to the town hall, come all to the church hall or community center. We are having this discussion about so and so's names. These are the names we want to discuss based on your submission. That form, there's only one form that is available where you can fill in. It doesn't mean that there must be an agreement, because in that hall, people must then say, we agree, we don't agree, and these are the reasons. And when we sit as council, we want to hear those. And it goes to your province before it comes to council, to our desk where I sit. Now in your province, they would say, yes, it's the truth. In Mandalay, there's this street, or in Mpuleni, there's this and that. So it's a process, but what is required are the minutes of agreement. When they say that we never agreed, or when people say they were not consulted, they must say how and when. Because once we issue at least a newspaper call for communities to come, then that is one way. Community radios are used as well, and to some extent also your broadcasters, your promotion and so on. But those are costly. Then the second part, so there is no exclusion. Even if you believe there's exclusion, you put up your name and say, this is my suggestion or name that I'm putting forward. Then you create that process, you go to the municipality and you get a stamp and a follow through, and then that goes to your regional, your provincial, which is where Ubutspiwa stands as the chairperson of the Western Cape in this regard. So you better get his numbers if you have names to submit. Then there's the number 2 one, names should foretell the future, no more matlakalas. You know, I was told the story that sometimes when you find these names, matlakala or Nontsokolo or Nompazamo, Umama will also add on that sometimes kulashwa umkhondo to those who are looking, abantwana balomzi, children being born here, a mother is losing children through miscarriages. Now you want to say we don't care about this child, but deep inside you know that that child is given 2 names, for instance. It will be Matlakala, then the other one can be Tsepang or can be Vusamazulu. You know? it can, so those are some of the nuances, things that are hidden in our African culture, that you tell the world something else, but those around you are being told by a partner and they are asked to say, this is our gift, don't do anything with it. Matlakala is for all of you public, but between us and our covenant is Fumilane Setu Nabapanse, it's something else. So those are some of the narratives you will also get from Umami. What do we need about, what do we need to do about the old names? What do we do with them? I see, are you from Quebec? Oh, okay. Many people say, we still want our Port Elizabeth. Even 2 months ago, someone said, I'm not happy with Rebecca. I wanted Port Elizabeth again. They submit. But from us, once we deal with the name, we put it on the side. It remains, yes, in history, in the archives, in your geography, location, and so on. But we do not use that name again because we have changed the name. And the Act requires that a new name be part of the system now, be institutionalized. By that, it must appear in your post box. It must appear, that's why the post office is our member. It must appear with State South Africa. It must appear with Sandral in your boards, so that you don't get lost, and GPS must come right. So you can't confuse GPS. Once you tell GPS you've turned, you can't say, no, we've returned. But those are the processes. Once a name is democratically or openly changed, when I say democratically, I'm saying this for you because minister must put his signature and sign off. A gazette, there's a document in government that's called a gazette, is to make it all known that there is a change. And once it's even given a number, it goes as far as 1800s and all of that in terms of how and the dates. So it's important that we decide once and for all in most circumstances. Other things we can talk on the side, Skim Sam, I'm here. Okay.
I'm sorry, Chair, if just I may add quickly on that point which the chairperson has just finished up on. Not all the names that come forward are new names. Remember, this process, you've got redress and you've got transformation. Some of these names were there before we were colonized, and they were changed by the colonizers. Now, most of you, perhaps us as well, were born under these new colonial names. So when you say redress, we are bringing back the names that were there before. So that's also part of transformation, of standardizing, as we call it. So not really every name that you see is a new name. Then there are those new names as well, which people on the ground do come up with and propose. As you say that the name has to foretell, it's the people in that locality who choose the name they want. As a national council or the province, we do not impose a name upon you. The Act doesn't allow us to. So you can foretell a name for your community, for example, the name which you believe that it fits the values of your particular community, and that will be the name which you're going to propose. Sorry, Chair, just to conclude on that point of yours. All right. There were question from Karabo on the preservation of culture, married to a closer husband, and she is Sona. There's a question from Jackie Poking on the UN resolutions, whether South Africa is a signatory, and the access, community access to information on available programs from the BOCAP area. I agree with you on the Cultural Council's database that it needs to be increased. We've raised that as members of the Commission, that this database is very narrow. It doesn't really reflect the diversity of the organizations in the Western Cape. Kuba, on the other side, I serve with him in the Commission, we've raised that as well. So I agree with you fully on that one. I'm just going to give direction to my panel here. The other question from Sibungisani was on the youth confusion on tradition versus Christianity, and that they cannot serve two masters. I laughed when you said that our parents fail us because their parents failed them. You know, you guys, you just say it as it is. And then there's one from Potela. If I got your surname correctly, what actions are you taking to ensure that your Khoi language, which you say you want to be taught at school, what actions are you taking to ensure that the Khoi language is taught in schools? I think those are the questions which we have outstanding. Now, unfortunately, Bronwyn is not here now. I think Kubaha can respond to that question when we get to it. Can we get Dr. Ndende to respond to your questions first? I'll come to you.
Thank you very much. When your husband's family sent the intermediaries by your lobola, and then was our charter, then you became a member of that family. We can't confuse children for them to have a birth ritual from your husband's side and from your side. We will be confusing them. After all, if we ask those children, I'll be talking from a closer perspective, because from a closer because during colonialism, we were in our societies according to our clans. Today, meaning and then they wanted to register us. And then they said that you must have one. So Amakosa, what they did, they used the names, fathers' names and so on. Unlike Amazulu, they use their clan names. It's obviously covers it. But when it comes to Amakosa, it was not like that. So a clan name is very important, more than the surname. And Umkosa will ask you Umni. If you ask Umzulu, or Umtswana, but with the Xhosas, it's not asking Umkosa, it's trying to say, what are your clan names? So clan names are very important to your children. And unfortunately or fortunately, we are patriarchal is your husband's clans, not your clans. And secondly, once it comes to participation, there are two sets of children. If you had the children out of wedlock, they would use your rituals. But now, once you are married, it's your husband's ritual, nothing. But if there are rituals in your homes, at your own home, like bringing back ritual, then abantwana can participate more because of a child. But not that there will be rituals for them. Unless we are past, less is being called to be a diviner, because if you are called to be a diviner, you must perform imfumabu for the acceptance at your father's side and also at your mother's side. So that's why I'm saying it's just like that. Otherwise, then I like the question. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to say they failed. They were forced. Because when missionaries came, they said, our names are hidden names. And to be honest, during that time, you would be asked, what's your hidden name? Oh, my hidden name is Nokuzola. And when you are baptized, because you would never be allowed to school if you don't have a baptismal certificate. And when you are baptized, you are given the so-called Christian name. Then that will be the name that you will be using right through. That will be the name that will appear in your certificate. That is why there's a name I hate next to me. The name Oscarine, I don't even know what it means. And when I asked my mother, she told me that I was given by Umfundisi. Because my mother took me for baptism. Nokuzola. No, that's the name. What is the Christian name? And then that Oscarine. As a result, if you look at my certificate, there are different spellings for that name. When I passed standard 6, it was Oscarina, Nah. When I passed my JC, it was Oscarina with no H. When I passed my matric, it was NE. So I thought that's it. So that was the problem. And the other question I want to ask, I want to respond to you. They did not fail you. You cannot serve two kings. That's the Christian saying, because they said ours is a God with small letter G, theirs is a capital letter G. And it's not the question of 72. That is the problem we are having with African religion even today. Because these people, on Friday, they participate in the rituals and talk to the ancestors. And they are happy when the animal has bellowed. Yes, it's accepted. And on Sunday, they go to the church and participate in the Holy Communion. That is why I'm asking, which one heals you between the two? So it's still a problem. But with us, from African religion, I'm not going to any church. So those are the people that I'm saying they are spiritual subsets. And these are the people who jump when people like Obabundi Mabefuna about from African religion, they will jump to say, I am also participating in rituals. So we're still having that problem. So the question of religion, we all have religion. But they said ours is not a religion, it's a culture, a barbaric culture, it's outdated, so it's still colonial. That is why I'm saying, where do we begin in preserving this cultural heritage when we are even demonized by our own people now? You know the charismatic churches are like maggots now amongst our own people. They are insulting us as heathens and demons and so on by our own people. So when you want to learn about it, talk to me. Ikamago is there to teach you. Okay, with the name, sorry. I won't belong there with the name. Naming, it depends. Sometimes a child is named after the event when he or she was born. Sometimes it's named after the father or the mother and so on and so on. At home, this woman, because we were having, I'm from Willowville, so was having a clinic at Fort Malan. So we were to travel for more than an hour to the clinic. So this lady, when she was crossing the Njachongo River, she had labor pains and she gave birth there. Just because she was born there. So it depends what is happening. Yes, you can call your child not so old because you were so poor when you got your child. So that is why you call the child Unontoko. And lastly, DDG, I'm worried now on what is happening to you because these were the names and now you are being named after biblical sentences. Well, it's a sentence now. So it's more confusion. We must discuss the issue of naming. Thank you.
There was the point about the question was to Bronwyn. The question was, what actions are you taking to ensure that Khoi language is taught in schools? Are you going to respond to that, Kupaha? Because your hand was up? Yes. Okay, go ahead.
First of all, the language is an expression.
It's a physical expression, but in our culture, everything is part of expression. It's music, it's dance. And our language, Sorokokwa, is an ancient dialect that stems from the Great Exodus thousands of years ago, where we accept that none of us have been here permanently. We all come from somewhere. And the language today, after 400 years and 9 wars, and then the 105-year-old liberation war, we've been moved 47 times. in those 9 wars, and in the last 100 years, we've been moved another 4 times. None of our ancestors are buried where they are born. None of our elders are, none of the places where they are buried, they and their children are born and died in different places. So our convergence of memory has been disrupted for centuries, because we had to fight those wars, and that is how our dialect intertwined with the Nguni dialects, because in our previous generation, everyone could speak isiXhosa. That was 40 years ago. You could find in most so-called colored households that most of the elderly people could speak the dialect of isiXhosa. But in this generation, that systematically disappeared because of social displacement and racial profiling, but it was an institution. Today, looking at the ancient Khoi language of Gorogokwa, the last of those people who spoke those dialects fully was people like my mother, Queen Kunenki, and the late Prince Kutela. So, and how that relates to our language today, you cannot understand Khoi language without understanding the principalities and powers that constitutes that heritage and culture. Like our name means Indlovu in isiXhosa, it means elephant, the center of memory. It's the firstborns of all the nations of Kuna. Then you have Taibosh. It reflects a resistance and a resilience in warfare. Then Bitterbos. It means never to surrender. Then each of these Qurana names have a particular meaning. They speak not just of a person and a place. They speak of 2 or 3 generations of memory that cannot speak for itself anymore. Because during the first smallpox epidemic, entire bloodlines was erased of the Khoi. Entire dynasties of 1,000-year-old clans died in a space of 12 months. So you have a first apocalypse that wiped out half of the Khoi population before the war started. Before even the first war started, half of the Khoi was wiped out. So how do you speak a language today? How do you teach it in school if it's not spoken in the home? Now, we as the incoming kings being restored after 400 years are not kings of Qurana now. We're kings of the Malay. We're kings of the Nguni. They are all our people, because convergences took place where we covened or treated that we will fight to preserve one and each other's survival during the frontier wars. That is why you find Quranas that are pitch black. So we were classified as Kafir Quranas by Sir Walter Curry, the last British commander. So what you must understand, we have clans that are called January. They had their names taken away because of the language. So the Dutch said, if you were born in January, we take away your Qurana name and say your surname is now January. So the apocalypse against the Quranas was complete annihilation. So you must remember the difficulty of reconstituting those fabrics. Today we need to revert back and rely on all those elements that made us who we were. The Indonesians, the Malays, the Ngunis. We cannot survive and reconstitute our identity today without them. It's not possible. Because all their bloods converts in Qurana. The old people had a joke to say, all the heavens and all the hells range in Qurana.
Sorry, Kubaha, my apology. My apology, sorry, my apology. The question really, this was very enlightening. Unfortunately, we don't have really much time. We already passed the time for the program. The question, I hope it has been answered. The question was, what actions are you taking to ensure that Khoi language is taught at school? I hope that you have been responded to. This is a question from Oliver Patel, who's from Trafalgar. Unfortunately, we do not have much time. Maybe you can engage the learners even after the session. I think they will probably learn a lot and benefit from you. Colleagues, we've come to tail end of the program now. We've said a lot in here. The papers have been presented in here. Sorry, sir, I won't be taking any new questions. We've come to the end of the program now. And I've been really given a finger here that, look, you know what time that we have allocated for the day for today. I'd just like to make few observations. Oh, there was a UN. Can you please get a very, very brief response to, I remember the question, sorry, that there's no question, Jackie, sorry. Sorry? You can. Thank you so much. Thank you for your understanding. You know, when you are facilitating, you have to please everybody. Sometimes it's just not possible. Well, as we come to an end, I'm going to hand over very soon to the chairperson, Mr. Nelu Valani, to give us a vote of thanks. But before we do, just some few pointers from my side, something which I am taking with me. I'm sure you also have your points which you are taking with you as well. The first point I have is, does the current NHRA, the NARA, the National Heritage Resources Act, does the current NARA Act address issues of protection relating to cultural practices, intangible heritage, indigenous knowledge systems, resistance and liberation struggle heritage, as much as it protects the dominant colonial heritage landscape in public spaces? That's the first point. The second point, does the Act sufficiently cover the protection of Khoi and San heritage and other non-colonial heritage? And this has become a contested terrain if you're familiar with the River Club versus Amazon here in Observatory. A third point, how do we integrate our cultural practices into modern economy? The fourth point, regarding the protection of liberation heritage sites / historic sites, how do we ensure that these are included in the municipality's 5-year special development frameworks for grading and protection against intrusive developments? These can be developed into tourism economic nodes in the townships and rural areas. What about identifying and supporting and promoting cultural champions or ambassadors who can maximize use of social media to promote cultural practices on these platforms? I'm sure these young ministers here from Parliament are very good with social media. They can make wonders if one were to identify some of them as cultural champions or ambassadors. Last point, Chairperson Ms. Gadi, when she presented about the changing of names, there's an act, SHGNC Act. How can we take advantage of this act and redress, transform the naming of geographical features in order that they reflect our values? I take those with me as my take-home points. I'm sure you do have yours as well. Colleagues, I'm now going to invite the chairperson of the NHC to give us the vote of thanks. Mr. Nilvalani, over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, everyone here present. We really appreciate you. Let's clap our hands to this capable leader of today. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It was not an easy, boat to steer, but you handled it very, very well and very capably. Much appreciation, and thank you so much. Just to recognize and really appreciate our DDG, Mr. Ndima. Thank you so much. Yesterday when we spoke over the phone and you confirmed that you're coming, I was so elated, I was so happy. And thank you so much for taking the time. I know how busy you've been and how tight things are. There's a new minister in the department, and they have a task to brief the minister fully about the work of the department in the past 4 or 5 years. And it's not a small thing to do. Many reports that needs to be put together, and presented and all of that. So he took his time. Yesterday at the meeting until late, and he had to come here early. Let's give our hands, of appreciation to DD. And we know that he was acting as DG as well. So it's been very hectic. I think about you all the time. It's not an easy responsibility that you carry. But I also want to really personally appreciate you for the long-standing commitment to heritage and heritage work in the country over many years. And people come and go, but you have steered this ship for many years and gave direction to all of us, and really appreciate you. But also much more than that, you give a lot of thought and academic input and direction into the work of heritage. So you're not just an official of the department, but you are a think tank of the work of heritage in the country. And I'm glad to know that your studies are really going further, and really appreciate you for that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Prof. Ndende, thank you so much. I know you were very direct and shooting from the hip. And, and that is very important, because this is not a meeting, to decide certain things. This is a dialogue. And so it has to be opinionated and seriously opinionated, and on very strong points that must get us thinking and reasoning, and thinking of ourselves and reflecting on the things that we have believed. And I was really impressed when I saw our young students, thinking about some of these things and taking them on. And really appreciate you so much. But you were very forthright also, your wisdom on responding to a question of culture, which can be very sensitive in the context of the 50-50 debate in the household. But you were not, compromising in your understanding of what culture is and how it operates. Because culture has its ways of operating that is beyond and not limited by modern reasoning. And we need to respect those and keep a balance and maintain that balance as well. And so thank you so much for your strong points and for taking us through all of that, very insightful debates. And the NHC is tasked with the responsibility of advising the Minister of Sport, Arts and Culture on policy matters and legislative matters regarding heritage. So this dialogue is not just in vain, it's not just a talk shop, it's so that it informs our work of policy development and advisory to the ministry as well, and the department on issues of heritage and issues that are coming up that are serious. And I'm happy, that our chair is here from the Names Council. It's a huge debate. I don't envy your position, because it's always, whatever you decide on, will always be controversial. Whatever name you come up with will always, because there is a displacement of one name over the other. And I was excited when one student raised that question. What then do you do with the older name, And it's an interesting debate to look into. Because the old name also become part of the heritage as well. And so it's an interesting debate, and thank you so much for making that powerful input. And all of us have equally learned from your input and your insightful, work of name changes and naming places. And I like what one of the students actually said, that names should also foretell about the future. And not names that probably destructive or misrepresent what needs to happen in the future. And thank you so much for that input. We really appreciate you so much. I don't want to Mekus, how do you pronounce her? Koses. She's not here, but we really appreciate her for that input. There are issues that, will always be debatable about who represents who and all of that. And these are debates that will need to be resolved in other platforms, in other ways. And we do recognize them as the National Heritage Council. We're not saying they're irrelevant. We are not saying they're not important. But we invite people, on the basis of what they represent, but not only that, but on the basis of their input to the dialogue as well. And so the tolerance and acceptance is very useful in any kind of a dialogue and participation. And thank you so much for that input, Brownwin, in your absence. And Mr. Mafaza, thank you so much. And your role comes very critical. I've been listening to the debates, and I think that there are things that we need to, clarify going further, demystify going further. The whole debate around culture, religion, spirituality, and heritage. I've heard how some of these words were used interchangeably, and yet they are not the same words. And I think we need to have much more clarity on how we can understand a place for each one of them without necessarily juxtaposing them against each other, but making them work for our benefit and for our heritage and our understanding, both as individuals and as groups, as communities. And I believe that there is need for us to also understand how we can package ourselves more as cultures, a variety of cultures, communities, so that others are able to understand and appreciate who we are all about. And the next level is also, as a nation, how do we repackage ourselves? We know a lot about America and Americans. America is a very mixed community and culture, but yet their culture is very strong. In movies, in theater, in song, in a lot of things, and they have a lot of influence on South African life and culture. And because of how powerfully they were able to strategically package themselves and sell themselves to the rest of the world. If you go to the US and say, I'm from South Africa, all they know is Africa. They don't know that there's South Africa, there's Zimbabwe, there's Ghana, and all of that. And it's an imperial mindset that we need to demystify, not by waiting on them to understand this, but by organizing ourselves in a way that we are sellable, we are recognizable as an identity. So I really want to appreciate our organizers, the team at the NHC, really appreciate you guys. Our host here, and you've been really, really, helpful in everything that we were doing, all the pre-arrangements today, running around. Thank you, CEO. Thank you so much for the great work that you're doing in this place. But also for an open mind in how we interpret this heritage. And not just, narrow it down to a certain perspective or historical perspective. Mr. Ndema clarified the whole issue of history and going back and digging out so that we understand the present and appreciate it much more without negating the past. So I think the approach that you've been taking really commendable, and let's keep going that way. And also our heritage partners, Laura, thank you so much for being so kind, for being here. I know how busy you are as well, and you're here both as council member, but also, Heritage Western Cape as well. You had the comment about absence, and so I hope you will pass the message on. Let's improve in that way. But really appreciate everyone. A big hand to our students. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. Very, very articulate, very confident. Take that confidence up and you'll go very far, guys. Thank you so much, especially the ladies. All the guys have been quiet. But if I've left anyone, CEO, thank you so much for your leadership and really appreciate you. And thank you so much. We have a lot to do And going into the future, I was saying to the CEO, we'll go back and debrief and see how we improve our media team, and let's do that. Today we were live on YouTube, and to all our YouTubers, and thank you so much for joining us. And guys, please, all our students, go and join in on our Facebook and follow us on Facebook, on YouTube, and everything else, and know a lot about the NHC and what it's doing, and spread the word. Thank you so much, guys. Okay. Just hang on 1 second. 1 second.
No, thank you so much. I'll just delay you by a minute. Thank you. Just for a sec, because this is just symbolic. One of the programs of the NHC is to acknowledge and appreciate communities, individuals, who played roles in the management of heritage in the country. And from time to time, we show, a token of appreciation. So it's our flagship program in which communities are called upon to identify those individuals. So on the 25th of November, we had a function in Limpopo, Polokwane, where one of the strategic partners were also identified and acknowledged. So we brought the certificate as well as the trophy. So I just felt that as much as they couldn't make it to Polokwane, then we do it here. If you don't come to us, and then we follow you, so that we ensure that you continue to contribute in the management of heritage. So we've got a colleague from the city of Cape Town, Gugu, and Matanato, I think. As and when I'm talking, just come, and then with Mark up front here, so that the chairperson and the CEO can hand over that which we have brought for you. It's just that we officialize that, so that if he takes it home, at least the public, yeah, so you can come through, and then this be handed over to you officially. And then Action will explain how we're going to go about issues of meals, or Renia. I don't know who between the two is going to explain to us how we're going to do it, because we have come to the end. We need to also, ensure that we have this nourishment for the body. This is an award. It's an award, yeah. Yes.
It's 2023.
Yeah. Now we're moving away from the years.
Yeah.
I think it's.
Okay, just in the meantime, request all the speakers on the program to remain for a group picture just after this. And there will be directions on where we go for lunch. Thank you, guys. Just remain seated for just one moment. I think the unpackaging is proving to be a tough one. Finally. No. Who does this go to? Okay.
Yeah, no, we had to say.
Oh, yeah. To the city. Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, the ninth, are you listening? Now we are into the awards. This is an award that was supposed to be presented to them at our Golden Shield, our Gosha Awards. Now we're presenting it, the ninth Golden Shield Heritage Award for Best Committed Local Government goes to the city of Cape Town. And this is the proof. Thank you so much for their support, and let's continue. Are we fine? Thank you. Can we have the announcements quickly before the announcement? Where is the announcement?
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
He's a member of the provincial legislature. Very easy.
You're always on the social media.
Yes,
I
yes,
think
yes.
you are the most active age.
Yeah.
And you know, I think
You don't know what to say and what to say. Because of time constraints. But I'll share with